So I'm coming to you guys today headless. I don't have a head. I screwed my thumb up quite a bit, so we're gonna beat Elden Ring with one hand. I already did a bunch of one-hit runs in the past. I have a pretty good playlist of them. Couldn't have picked a better time to bust a thumb, right? It was meant to be. Thumb is dumb. There we go.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
And then I think we need to go with Homer Simpson for this one.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Boris, thank you for the 18 months. Welcome back, dude. Bad move, man. All right, so the thing with this game that's weird, that's not a problem with most of the games that FromSoft made, is the combination buttons. So doing the two-handed is a little weird. You're gonna have to do this. And then I think the jumping attacks are gonna be a no-go for the most part. Unless I get really weird, but we'll see though. I've gotten a bit better at doing this kind of stuff, so thinking this will probably be the hardest one. Bloodborne was very difficult, very, very difficult. And I think the last one I did was DS2, which was pretty easy. Correct me if I'm wrong though, it might be something else. I do have a playlist though. I'll put this on the playlist. I'll link that at the end of the stream if you want to see them. Or all the other runs that were completed, and we'll probably get this done over the next couple days. Also, Park, thank you for the 2 months, man. The 4-player 1 controller on DS3. Yeah, dude, we got to bring back stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff I like doing. Just absolutely stupid things that like no one else would do. And the people that were involved in that, I'm pretty sure they'd be down to do it again. At least some of them would, but we all live in different places. And I mean, 2 of the people live in a different country, so it's kind of difficult. But if I can get anyone else together again, I'll do it. And we'll make it happen. I wanted to have a run where we did 8 people, and then each person gets 1 button. And then I take a board from a controller and I solder other buttons onto it. So everyone has like a big button they push, and each button does one thing. And then we have to do callouts. So we like script a language of what we would do for the callouts, and then it's just like an order of big button pressing, and that's it. And then it's really easy to see, and you just have it all wired back to the original board. How long does it take to beat this? You can beat it very quickly. I don't know how much content we're gonna do. I think we're gonna just start off with the bare minimum, and then we'll go beyond that if it is seeming like a good idea. But again, I'm not sure how this is gonna go. The strategies are gonna have to be changed a little bit, I'm assuming. Just because like you can push every button with one hand, but you can't do combinations of things really quickly together. And it's a lot easier in the older games. Okay, so I think for the setup again, we're just gonna go with the same stuff as I would do on a hitless run, and then I kind of get the route from the hitless run back in the brain a bit. So for the next time we do that, we'll be good. Reese shoes his toes to his subs. Shows his toes. You gotta do what you gotta do, right? Showing the toes. And I'll show you my toes for free. But I can't promise you're gonna sleep the same ever again. Just, I mean, it's worse than my thumb, just imagine. He shows his feet quite often. You know, it's actually hilarious, Sentient. I had a thing going on where like I wanted to do a run with my feet. And so I asked the partner rep that I had at the time, like, is it like legal on the site, like with the rules and everything, to use your feet or to play with your feet if you don't have a disability? And they said it was fine. And then there's a time that comes like way later where I'm doing a Gran Turismo, so like simulator sponsor or whatever for like the Thrustmaster wheel, and my feet are bare and they're on the pedals. And then I get a message from the people, and they're like, we don't want you to do it with your feet showing. Like put socks on or like put something on. So I was just like, wait, there's people that show their feet all the time walking around with no shoes, but then I can't have my feet on the pedals when I'm supposed to be showing the demonstration of how it works with the pedals. And I made a joke. I'm like, one day we're literally going to be told that we can't show our feet, and it actually happened. It legitimately happened, but in a way that I didn't expect. So I don't even know if I'm going to go that far to do a foot run. I want to. I'm just going to have to ask a bunch of people if it's okay first, because I don't trust it. I don't want to get in trouble for it. But I do want to do a foot run with the arcade stick. That was why I bought it originally, actually. I think it'd be very challenging compared to this. Feet were naked, you gotta wear socks, but the grip though, the grip on the pedal, man. Yeah, they were fine with the socks, but it wasn't the same. This is so much nicer with the bare feet.
Use it. It will summon torrent. Treat him with.
Okay, let's put this on. Oh, also item management's gonna be pretty brutal too. We need to do up Y. Can't do that in the river. Oh, that's really scary too. Oh my god, culling torrent is like a wrist contortion because the controller's angled. Oh my god, that feels like I'm learning to play guitar left-handed. Is it? Oh, it's this one. Okay. Also, again, if you guys can't clearly see what's going on, let me know. I can make the camera bigger. I can try to like aim it even further down if you need to see more. I just want to make it clear that like this hand obviously is not doing anything, because I think that, you know, after I thought about it a second time, it doesn't really make sense to hide the hand, because then you could just assume I'm using another controller or something like that. Cajun, what's going on, man? Just had some stuff going on, like some personal stuff. I did talk about it. Again, the videos that have to go up first on the YouTube are going to come first, and then I'm going to put that one up from yesterday's stream. Just a quick highlight of where I've been on the YouTube and everything. I'll make like a short of it or something like that, just a short explanation. And then if you want to see it, you can see it there. I'll link it. But I missed you guys, though. It's good to see you back. Monsieur, what's up, dude? Accept this praise the sun as a boost to your skill and smash. I'm gonna try to praise the sun with like my hands. Like two little sun bros. Here we go. Hope everything's chill now. I mean, yeah, things are the way they are. It's all good though. Definitely happy to be here still. I think everyone's watched everything at least twice. You'd be surprised, man. It's kind of funny, but my channel does really well when I don't upload anything. It actually performs worse. Like all the old stuff gets screwed over. That it like hyper performs and has like second and third peaks and stuff like that if I upload anything else. So I do really well like going for long periods of time not uploading on YouTube more than actually uploading frequently, unless the frequency is for so long and it's so good that it kind of supersedes it. But there's a weird sweet spot of like taking a while where it's actually better just to wait, just because the way the channel works and the way it does. Like I have a lot of late peaking videos where they don't peak early. So, but I appreciate you being excited about that stuff. There will be quite a few things. This is going to be one of them. We're going to do a racing wheel run. We're going to do some Resi 4, obviously the first playthrough. There'll be hopefully a little bit of stuff with some fighting games soon too, once I get good at them. Maybe if I get a few Street Fighter wins or something. Has playing one handed become easier? It's definitely easier than when I first started. But like for me, so when I was like younger, I tried to figure out how many things can you do with just one hand. So I mean, like opening things, like doing like multitasking. I always tried to do as many things in the most stupid way you could possibly do it. And then on top of that too, I know someone that actually doesn't have the ability to use their hands, and they've done a lot of record runs on these games before, and they inspired me to start doing that. They taught me actually how to use my face, even how to play, and how to use just the one hand was something I kind of already knew at that time. And I'll be honest, I tried using the face combination with the hand. It's really hard. Ghost plays like really interestingly. Ghosts, if you know Ghosts on Ghosts, is what I'm talking about. Yeah, very interesting style. Mine is very different, but it's comfortable enough. It's just, I don't know how it's going to go over on this game. We'll see. Like, I'm kind of wondering how am I going to do the weapon arts and stuff. Because I have to do L2, R2, I believe. That. So I might have to just switch it for an L2, R1. Resi 4 is fun to watch, dude. It was so fun to play. I was like kind of disappointed that I wouldn't be able to enjoy it as much today with my thumb and everything. Unless I maybe did like the keyboard or something different, but man, it was fun. It was very fun. Don't you normally play with your other hand when you do this? No, dude, I've actually only played with my feet before. Like the whole one-handed thing, like it's kind of a fun thing. I don't really do it that often, but the feet is what I usually use. So, yeah. Back in the day, there was a YouTuber that played MW2 one-handed because of some muscle problems. He was actually really good. Dropped several nukes, dude. That's so cool. I love that. I love when people play FPS games one-handed, or like they have like an alternate control method that's suited for them, and they just destroy everybody. Because it shows that like there's no excuse for like complaining that you're bad if you have the ability to use all the regular types of methods. Because it's like obviously a fact that it's going to be harder if you have less, you know, available dexterity, I would say, or readily available dexterity. If you have to develop that through other things, that's the hard part. But yeah, I feel like my pinky finger will be like twice the size if I ever stop doing this. Like just once I take a break, it'll expand. Any particular reason you choose the left hand and not the right? I've tried the right hand, it just doesn't make any sense to me. But at the same time, I think if you're right-handed, you'd probably want to use the opposite hand, and if it's the other way around, it would be the, well, you know, the contrary to that. So.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Am I left-handed? No, I'm right-handed. But I'm ambidextrous for quite a few things. Like I play golf both ways. I can play baseball both ways. I can write okay with my left hand. But just for like certain things. And by no means am I good at any of those things. I just am average with both hands on. I've gotten better at golf with the right hand form. But I kind of started out using a reverse grip right hand swing, and then I went into just left, and then I went into just right. I can do both. And that makes no sense to probably anybody that's like actually good, but I could definitely feel both of them out enough to be like average or above average if I practiced. But I bet you like a lot of people could, to be honest. Just it's kind of once you get used to something, if you do it like as the main way of approaching it, like you can learn something both ways. I mean, music would be a crazy example. I know some people that can do that, but I bet you they learned at the same time. And they're by no means like incredible playing left-handed, but they can play left-handed and right-handed. And that's unbelievable. That's really hard. But I guess if you play like guitar, for example, if you start doing tapping with two hands, you'll start to realize your right hand actually can play and fret notes and do scales. Your left hand can't get the rhythm though. That's the hard part. Oh, that was really difficult. See, like that whole animation there, to do that attack is a guess. Like I'll either do one or the other, because my finger's gonna hit both buttons. You can play multiple instruments, right and left-handed. That's sick, Titan. Yeah, I wish I had tried that a little bit more when I was younger, but at the same time, for me, like, I guess if you don't really enjoy it that way, it's not really the point. It's kind of just like a gimmicky thing. It might help, though, if you played a lot of different instruments. Like, there might be some carryover with the coordination. Like drums, for example. I wonder if, like, you became a drummer after you played, for example, like a piano really, really well, or guitar both ways, or you crossed, like, you know, you crossed your hands over, did a bunch of weird things, or weird alternate ways of playing, if you'd be better at, like, timekeeping with odd meter or something like that, or, like, rhythmic displacement, polyrhythm, stuff like that. Play drums, you can keep time with your left hand and right very easily. Switch between the two mid-song without your brain going haywire. Tani, yeah, it's difficult, man. The synchronization with some of the fancy stuff is really cool. I think that's why for me, like, there could be songs with good guitar, but if it's not backed with, you know, pretty damn good drums, it's not the same, you know. You have carpal tunnel from playing piano? Oh no. It's not good. Did you ever get surgery for it? Lefty, and what you taught yourself. Sorry, some of what you taught yourself was right-handed guitar, but you thought it would be better to switch to lefty. But it was a big struggle. That's kind of what it was like for me with like the swinging a baseball bat in the golf club, for sure. Like, I was just like, I'm not sure which one's better. And then I kind of did a weird combination and then learned how that was worse, obviously. Yeah. You just need a teacher, Scarless. Well, the thing is, maybe, or sorry, Scareless, you might become just really good at both if you keep going. Who knows? I think, though, like, pick whatever you think makes more sense in regard to all the things you do. So if you do a lot of things in one orientation, then do it that way. Because there'll probably be like hurdles that are like, you know, higher levels of skill that will be easier when you get there because it's more baked in with like what hand you use more often for what. And I think your rhythm hand being the hand that you obviously use the most is making sense. This is bad. This is bad. 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 I kind of want to use the bow. Oh, I kind of want to die too. There we go. Oh, man.
Put these foolish ambitions to rest. Well, thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Ooh. That can keep chaining, I think. Oh. Oh, dude, see, I let go of the button thinking that I rolled, but I didn't tap. Still running. What? Okay, that I've only seen one other time before, and that was really cool. But we can't have that. We cannot have those things happen. One hand, no hit in the future. Now, see, I wonder, actually. I wonder. I think if it was an easy enough game, sure. Like, I could do it on, like, maybe DS1. DS1 any percent, one-handed with levels right now? Probably. Seems wild, but probably, though. What I would do, though, is I'd modify my controller a little bit. Because one thing that's really difficult is, like, this is hard to keep in the right place. And then reset my finger on it. Like the movement. Camera's okay, camera's really easy. And then just reaching some of the other buttons might be funny. One hand on Wii Nunchuck? Ooh. That would be pretty cool, actually. I didn't think about that. And then there's like also the Switch controller. I have the Switch. Maybe I could pair that with the PC. If that can connect, then try the Joy-Con. Just one of them. But the thing is, like, you're probably taking away buttons if you do that, even if you can map it. Jeff, what's up, man? I don't know. We'll see where things lead me. Because this isn't the last one-handed run I'm going to do. I'm going to do this for tons of stuff. There's a playlist with quite a few things on it already. This is just one of the methods I want to practice, just for a lot of things. But some games, obviously, it doesn't work that well with. These ones, it seems to be possible without it being too crazy. And then after I've gotten better at those, I think I'll kick it up to a different genre, maybe, and see. I think anything with aiming could be very difficult, but if it's action, then whatever. Okay, here it is. Yes! Margit defeated. Well, the thumb was busted. You saw it here first. And now I'll try with my right hand. Let's see how weird this is. Yeah, the camera control. The thing is, because you're using your pinky to do all face buttons, camera, and like the running has to be held. So there's no way to actually, like, you'd have to use your ring finger. And then with the left hand, it's because you have the thumb. You have this finger. You can kind of use the thumb and then do this if you wanted to as well to do camera. You have more like accessibility. Because you naturally do the movement with your left hand already. Like everyone does, like even if you are right-handed or left-handed. Because there is no reverse controller that's standard, right? So I think that's why it works better. Like the right is weird.
So the world might be mended.
What a beautiful hand.
Autumn, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it. Never realized Elden Ring has no keybind menu. It doesn't? What does it say underneath the control section?
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be
That might only be on PC, but I've always recognized there's a keybind section. And it conveniently is under the icon that has the keyboard. Gav's entire life has been rethought now. Like, he planned his whole life around literally just, like, the key bindings not existing, so he's like, I'm not even gonna play Elden Ring, like, it's whatever.
Good evening, Squillakilla.
It's funny. Smolder, thank you for the 29 months. Senorita, thank you for the 28. Welcome back as well. How have you been? Have you ever thought of getting into like maybe like I don't even know, like silk or cotton instead of polyester? You're booting up ER to prove me wrong. Your game might not have it. Maybe mine does. Maybe they only gave keybinds to me because they're like, this guy's playing with one hand and we already saw the future, so we might as well give him the chance to make the buttons easier. And I still decided to do it standard anyways. Learned two new words today. Indignant, and onerous. Onerous. Indignant and onerous. What do they mean? Didn't know indignant. I think I've seen it before, but I don't know what the definition is though. Does that mean like something that's it's like an indication? Something to do with something being indicative? Something else? Oh my god, this is scary. I need the golden vow. And that was a really good way to get it. Thank you. That was sponsored by Gravity. Trying to figure out where I should put this hand to make it like very obvious. There's nothing going on. Wait, let me turn the light up a bit. There we go. Shout out to Gravity for always keeping me down to earth. Unfortunately, that guy fell on hard times though, and yeah, just he was horsing around, you know. Unfortunately, couldn't control it. Redscar, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you for using your Prime as well. What's up? It's because we praise the sun. It was because the praise the sun, for sure. That always helps. Indignant was a word used a lot in history class quotes.
Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello?
Okay, we need to know what it means.
Hello?
Onerous means cumbersome or especially tasking. Indignant means showing anger or annoyance. Oh, okay, I see. That's interesting.
Hello? Can you hear me?
With how much one-handed you played, is it still that difficult? It actually is. I thought I was going to beat Margit within like 3 tries. I genuinely thought I would. I probably could have too, but it's just hard enough where we didn't. And I genuinely did try for at least 70% of the attempts, I would say.
Oh, that's...
Oh, that mosquito. What are you doing?
Oh, that's... Well,
Yeah, using indignant is in a sentence. Is that like past tense, or can you use it as like a current thing?
What are you playing at? This is no time for games.
Man, Alexander's going to be interesting too.
Wait, I see. I see it now.
No,
Humans
no,
always
don't kill me, don't
their
kill me, don't
wits
kill me, don't kill me, don't
eventually.
kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me.
Then there's nothing left to say, except... I
I'm scared, I'm scared. What is he doing? Get over here. Ugh. Ah, fucking stagger. Okay, he's dead. That's bothering me.
Was my whole existence just a crock?
I already lost the mosquito. Yeah, that's true. Hitless run on this might not be as easy as we thought. I think if I could make it to Riker today and beat him, that's an amazing achievement right now. But I want to do more than that. I know we can, because this is a lot of running stuff now, so we're not going to get stuck, right? Next place to get stuck would be... I guess Godskin Noble? That would be really scary. Oh, Godskin Noble is going to be crazy. Okay, if I beat Godskin Noble, then we could probably beat everything. Like, not today, but just in general. Just everything in the game. I lack indignance when I get my shit kicked in by Margit. That's very sweet of you to say.
Oh, are you here as a customer?
That was actually really fun, though. Like, this run one-handed is much more fun than all the other ones right off the bat. I think Bloodborne and Sekiro stood out the most out of all of them, but this one is even better than those. So we'll get the... Oh no, the book we don't need from this guy. Probably don't need that either.
Oh, I must apologize.
One thing I noticed with some of the later updates, the performance is much better. Once they added the ray tracing settings and we turned them off and everything, it's been better than before that was available. And it kind of reminds me, they did that with DS3 as well. There was a point where it was just not even launching, and I met requirements, and then a couple updates, and then I rolled back the GPU driver as well, and it just, amazing. Same hardware though. Okay, wait, where are we supposed to be going? The birds. Having a trifle for smithing stones as a novel player proves quite onerous. One would say that Violet's acumen is quite precise on the only contingent point of Torrent not breaking his legs, but if he were to gallop tremendously into abundant amounts of danger, the cornucopia of information that Violet would have against me in the favor of me being a complete imposter of all things being unanimous, one could definitely conclude that the words he was using were too big in the first place, and so was I. Does anybody remember what we're talking about? Also, wait, what? What are we doing? Wrong place. I gotta go back up now. Okay, wait, look, can I get back up there? I probably can. I'm just gonna steal all the stuff from here too. Words too big, brain overloaded. I felt bad actually. So Jory was saying that. Jory came into the stream and I was talking about something to do with exercise, and she was like, I don't understand anything. And I was like, I actually genuinely thought the words were normal. So I thought about it. I'm like, I gotta make like really easy explanations for this stuff. It's the next chapter of the redemption arc, is just simplifying everything. Like, we go here, do this, this is good, be like, do so more, if good, done. How the heck do you learn to use one controller? Oh, sorry, controller one-handed. Right hand has numbness and loss of feeling. Well, that's a whole nother thing maybe you should look into. Not even funny, but just jokes aside. You just have to practice, man. It's like anything. Just practice it. It's kind of like, how do I snap like 5 times a second, 6 times a second? I just practice it. How do I clap faster than normal clapping? Practice. How do you draw? How do you play a song? How do you ride a bike? Some of them are easier than others, but you just have to, I'd say pick a game if you wanted to do this that's easier for you to play, like you're already good at it. That's a good bonus. And then just practice it and try to find a way of doing things that is the easiest. For me, originally, I had to actually have the controller on a book And then I had to hold the book with my hand so it didn't move. So maybe try to find something that stabilizes the setup too. Because like with this, you can kind of get all over the place. Like I actually like being able to move the controller now a bit if I want to. But yeah, you just gotta kind of like get the coordination. It's like any basic thing. You already use the controller though, so you're already halfway there. You have a head start. And it's a very valuable thing for if you ever actually had a problem. Like if I ever lose, like, you know, obviously knock on wood, if I ever damage this hand or whatever reason, maybe even temporarily, like right now where I don't want to use it, I have an option to still do something that's okay. So it's kind of useful too. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the bridge grace. Also, Cloud, one thing you can do too is like try to like get tips or inspiration from people that actually don't have the ability to use their hands. That's what I did. I actually even did it was some sort of like Bloodborne event with Faraz. Like we did a race in honor of Goes on Ghost, because Goes on Ghost always plays with an alternate method and doesn't have the use of both hands. So she taught us some cool things, and then we were like, hey, let's try to see if we can do like a little thing against each other in Bloodborne. But at that point, I'd already dicked around with this a bit, and then from there, I just was like, okay, let's try to make it difficult enough where like I have to actually get better to be able to play it, right? So I did SL1 because that was not easy already, and then, or it was easy enough, obviously, but like it wasn't as easy as just playing and leveling. This one I'm gonna level. I don't really think that it'd be smart to do level 1 right away. But because I kind of upped the difficulty in other ways too, like it actually, you kind of have to actually get better. You don't have a choice, right? So you do learn little things about, okay, this is more comfortable to do it this way. And in this situation, typically I would do this, but you can also, you know, do these other things. Where are the grave sites, man? I think we're supposed to fall right here. It just looked scary. Can we go kill the fire? Kill Fire Neil? Maybe even pop the ant? We can pop the ant only if someone tier 3 subs for 99 years and then time travels and proves that they did it and they can show me, and then I'll do it. Damn it. Miyazaki Mosquito joining in from the boss randomizer. Oh, okay, like I haven't been able to find the resource for it. I've been doing some research trying to figure out where to get it. I want to do the Foggate randomizer for this. That literally would be cool. Like that would be the best use of such a mod. Do you believe that if time travel was possible, there would already be time travelers? I do, yeah. I do believe there would already be time travelers. Kind of makes sense, right? But at the same time, though, with the way time works, you could say that it could be more complicated than just a linear type of way of thinking about it if they were traveling through time in a non-linear fashion. So maybe there's other like factors to it that are not super simple. I don't know.
So the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
2 years.
Oh, Lily, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How's it going? Also, what were you doing recently, like on your channel? I haven't actually caught up with you yet. What have you guys been doing over there? Ben, thank you for the bits, man. I appreciate that. It's good to see you too. I hope you're not worried about me. Anyone that was worried, I greatly apologize. I don't want to worry anybody. I'm just very bad at sharing like super personal information. If you know, I'm trying to tend to things that I don't want people to get upset about or like feel down about overall, so I try to not share everything, but I probably should sometimes. And if I worried you or anyone else, I apologize about that. Askran, thank you for gifting Lily a sub. Oh, and also Aso, thank you for the 2 years, by the way, man. Welcome back. Run. Oh, that was scary. Okay, still fast enough to get the bear. That's the true test. If you want to do this game one-handed, run to Mistwood. If you can get all the Trina's lilies in one fell swoop into the staircase without any kind of damage from the bear, you are ready for the whole game. That's the benchmark. Because that was really close. I almost failed. Hope things are better for you, Jades. I mean, at the moment, they're pretty much the same. And there's just been a couple things added. There's been some good things, though, that have happened even far before the most recent events and between and everything like that. So I'm not, like, in a very bad state or anything, but, like, I was definitely having a hard time processing certain things that have been, like, I've been committing to processing more and trying to, you know, I guess, discuss with certain people. Try to help and fix certain things too that, while they're not like my full responsibility or anything like that, I do take responsibility for, just because I know that those people would do the same. So just trying to figure some things out, but other than that, it's all good. Just do not handle certain things like that well. I have a problem with when it comes to things with other people. I can handle my own things okay, but like it's things with other people, it's difficult if like I know I can do something about it and they're like, you know, close or whatever. Does it count if you just God mode? No, it doesn't count. Can't do that.
So the world might be
If you do that, then that means you have to eat Frosted Flakes and French fries for every meal for the rest of time. That was your punishment, remember?
Curious to see where this run is headed.
And it has to be
I
like
cannot make
Frosted
heads or
Flake
tails of
battered
how
French
weak the aim
fries,
is good. Time to
where they're
go
like deep
head to
fried
head
in
with the
Frosted Flake
enemies.
batter.
You might be good,
And it'll be
but
so
don't get a big
nauseating.
head. Get it?
You have
His
to do
head
it.
is missing on the camera, so I made head puns. Sorry.
You already
I'm
do that?
such a headache.
Was there actually a day you legitimately did that? Is that how this all started? Because I remember we talked about it, but did you actually do that though? Jack, Squills getting ahead in life. I'm curious to see where this run is headed. Cannot make a heads or tails about how he's playing this good. Time to go head to head with some enemies. You might be good, but don't get a big head. Get it? His head is missing on the camera, so I made head puns. Sorry, I'm such a headache. Oh man, this is headed in a really interesting direction, but at the same time, I don't think the never mind. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm gonna end that. We were already too cringe before. Thank you very much, Jack. How was the game, dude? How was the launch of the game and everything? I haven't circled back to talking to you about that and everything. I remember I think you were in the process of like I don't know if it was you needed a publisher, but I remember you said that it was going to launch on Steam and everything like that. Don't lose your head over it. I can't, yeah. It's kind of weird because you can't really even pun without saying something that has head in it if you're talking about somebody's head. Dude, this is like when you tell somebody, like, isn't the word yellow weird, for example? I remember I had some friends and we were just talking. We're like, isn't yellow weird? Like the word yellow? Which you could do with anything. Some words just seem weirder, though. And then it becomes foreign to you for like another day or two following that because you're just like, you said it so many times. Trying to find something that rhymes with orange. Door hinge, obviously. Like door hinges were literally created just because orange exists so they could rhyme it with it, because otherwise music would be kind of faulted, right? Like The natural order of music needs to have a song resolving in orange bean rhyme. So, like, the future can't be saved unless we have door hinges. It's not actually because like doorways are important or anything. We don't even need doors. Limes with orange rhymes with orange. Okay, I think I definitely lost like 3 IQ at least or something like that. That was that's bad. Also, wait. I'm getting distracted. Guys, go follow Lily, by the way. She does a lot of the same stuff we're doing here. I think she was working on a sorcery 0-hit run on DS1. First time ever getting a hitless run, too. I believe she either got it or she's very close. She was on a PB of 1 the last time I checked. Definitely does some Elden Ring, plays some other games, too. I don't know if she checked out Resident Evil. Good friend. Very cool person. Lots of cool people in her community. Definitely follow her. That's a real recommendation. That's not a paid shout-out. But if you want a paid shout-out, though, it's going to be a small loan of $2 billion. I only take it in Dogecoin, though, so... But it's loan, you get it back, right? Well, if you factor for inflation, global collapse, the apocalypse, and then the destruction of currency, then technically you get like bottle caps, right? Like Nuka-Cola. Maybe some like bobblehead toys. A Vault Boy. I don't know. I mean, like, there's not going to be much left on the planet. You can't really like say there's gonna be money, but I mean, the the timeline of the contract is, you know, it's hard to tell. That's how you get scammed. You take VIX Bucks? I don't even know what that is. Oh wait, VIX Bucks is probably Vixer, right? Should have known better. I don't accept VIX Bucks. I'm gonna be the first person to say no to that. The only reason I don't support VIX Bucks is because Vixit sends scary pictures to people and then doesn't message back for like a week. And it bothers me. Until that stops, then no VIX Bucks. Scan, dropped a follow on your Twitch. Hope you're doing well. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for dropping the follow. If I didn't already read that, I might have read it twice. I'm still trying to get back into the order of just reading chat properly, which I never did properly at all. Like maybe like once in a while, once on a rare occasion. But bear with me on that. Be sure to relay the message. I told Vixit, and still nothing. A couple good methods for controlling hunger in the evening or before bed, Blue. 1 second. Oh god.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Okay, I lost 12k. That's fine though. We could run back and get that. I just gotta put it to nighttime. I do want those runes. I'm gonna try to be a little bit cheap with how we do everything here. We're gonna try to save everything. Entropic, thank you for the 58 months as well, man. Once again. So honestly, I think you have to, for the food thing, eat enough earlier in the day. Like, it's a satiety thing at a certain point, and I know it sounds kind of boring, but find things that are high volume that don't have a lot of calories necessarily, but like, you know, things like vegetables, maybe even eat a lot of those early in the day so you can feel more full between meals. Things that'll digest at a rate that's like moderate, but they take up a lot of space. That's good. So I don't know. I think that if you eat enough meals and they are big enough, that'll happen. Every time I'm hungry and it's like late, it's because I didn't have enough calories. Simply that. Hunger signaling beyond that, though, you can kind of learn and unlearn for the better or worse. Where
hey man, had
if you
a bit
have
of a bad week. Glad to catch your stream to help
really
keep me company.
unusual eating habits, it can kind of ruin the way that your hunger signaling is supposed to work. You might either end up like over or under eating, and there's a ton of things that can complicate that too, but just on a simple basis, I would just say eat enough. Make sure you are aware of what it is, like write it down. Start with writing down what you have for a week and just pay attention to it. Don't even like track the numbers for it until you just have it written down, then go back and piece together like, okay, was this enough? And like if you see a trend where like maybe things on a weekly basis are not even, they're not in a range that's pretty close, then you might need to get that closer and get a good average where every day is similar. And you're, again, prioritizing things that are higher volume that'll be more satiating, things that digest slower too. So if you have grains, slower digesting grains, complex carbs over simple, if you're not utilizing the simple ones for some sort of activity. And then also like meat, like protein, a lot of protein in the diet will help with satiety as well. I think those kinds of things are good. Make sure you have healthy fats. Healthy fats are really good, but fats will slow digestion quite a bit in general of any kind. So if you get a good enough of those as well, like a moderate amount, you will probably be satiated for a while, especially with a decent amount of protein and everything. But it comes down to like just figuring out what's going on, like what's the current situation. Can't have like too much guesswork with it. Leave me alone. Oh, I escaped. Nice. Oh, wait. No. Almost died. Good advice. Yeah, no worries, man. And if you ever find that you need help with structuring a plan for nutrition, like I do some consulting for nutrition and fitness where I make people specialized plans, and it's like a one-time thing. But I've also started to do a thing where like if you only want one or the other, I can offer you just half of the whole offer and you get one for half the price. So if you're ever really serious about that or something maybe doesn't click and you want the information a lot quicker, feel free to hit me up on my email. There's a command, type in !lifestyle, it's there. But by all means, if you think you're close, just you're probably a few questions away from figuring it out, right? What are you playing on, Navards? I'm on PC at the moment, playing with we're doing a one-handed run. I hurt my thumb and I was like, you know what, instead of just like making it not heal properly by using it, I don't, it's not the pain that's a problem, it's more so like the nail separated from the skin quite a bit, like the most I've seen it with this thumb. And it was bleeding a lot, and it still bled through the band-aid a bit too, so I'm trying to like just make sure I'm not putting pressure on it just for a day, at least a day. So we're doing this, and then I'll continue it and we'll finish it off. But the origin story was that the universe damaged me on purpose so I could do this, because it was already an idea. I already have a playlist and everything with other runs like this, but it was a long time coming. We were supposed to do it on this a while ago. Today was the day. Okay, so we did all that. Gotta go back to Third Church America. As a diabetic, you agree with every statement you made about carbs? Kyo, that's cool, man. I honestly think that it can be confusing if you like kind of base things off of your own experimentation, but you don't account for everything. Like, unless you've deduced a lot of stuff, you can be misled to think certain things are better or normal or whatever, and then you'd be surprised. But then again, some people just do really well with certain things, some people don't do as well with other things. And it gets even deeper. There's like almost kind of like a very simple way of just handling it, and then there's even more deep layers where you can get really, really into like sensitivities to certain things, right? Or predispositions to, you know, what you need. Like your blood can even show you that. So it's interesting.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
What's up, dude?
Jake, thank you for the 6 months, man. Not too much, just on a horse. Horsing around, of course. That was almost a mixtape there. Anyone want to start a mixtape with me right now in chat? When you finally drop the Gideon step. I don't mean outside the channel. I mean right now. Like start just give me a word. Let's go. Or like give me someone write the first line at least. We can go back and forth. You need some gym mirror selfies from you before you drop a whole 150, Gabby. Dude, what? Apparently that guy does too. Oh my god. I think he was a little bit jealous. He wanted to kill me so you didn't even get to see them. That was scary, man. That's funny. Yeah, I know that for some people that kind of budget seems funny. Like I've talked to quite a few people that were like, I want your help, but like they didn't want to pay the money right away. Like they obviously had to save for it or whatever. And with all due respect, like I'm gonna give you as much free information as I can just talking about this stuff. So take it and do it yourself. That's kind of the goal. I'm not trying to do that stuff to make money. It's not enough money at all. Like I could make way more doing fitness stuff. I could actually just go and do legitimate jobs in that industry and probably make more than even just doing the regular stuff. But there's got to be a cost to the fact that I'm going to take the time. And that's why I'm trying to help people just learn as much as they can themselves. If they want the extra help, then it's there. And I'm testing out a new thing where I'm going to be doing some training sessions with people and just see how that goes. But by all means, if you have any questions you want to ask now, go for it. Don't blame me for selling yourself. You just want to see how built I am. Oh, me? My physique is far from being complete. It's been screwed up quite a bit. I definitely wasted a lot of time. I've only gotten quality consistency in the last like 3 years, and even that's not even been that good. And then also I was training incorrectly for like most of my life. I thought I was training incorrectly for half my life, but it was actually most of it. So only now do I know good information. What I would say is actually just like explicitly good factual information that is really hard to poke at, right? And yeah, there's some people that I'm definitely hoping can benefit from that too, and I'm trying to actually improve what I give people as information as I improve my information too. I don't want to just give you the same stuff over and over. But what helps too is some people have unique situations. So maybe somebody wants my help and I talk to them and they're like, hey, I have a goal for doing something completely different than another person, or they have a situation where they can only eat certain foods, or they prefer to. Maybe they don't prefer to do the same types of exercises. It definitely helps in figuring out, hey, did that work for that person, or what could I have done better, or what did they think about it, and then structure it again for if there's another person that's similar. You can kind of make a middle ground, or you can make conclusions based on those other results. So it's mainly just a psychology experiment at the end of the day. Like I'm really trying to see what the mindset of people is as well. But there's a component that helps when it comes to like, hey, this actually helped this problem. I think the mindset thing is the hugest thing that I've noticed is the main factor in the results. And then how you deliver the information and how you get people to think about what they're doing is really like gonna simplify stuff. Work to failure, it's really easy to cut yourself short and go home. That's very true. Very true as well. Been a while since you tuned in. Life sucks and can be busy, but it's great to see you're still the undisputed GOAT. That's amazing, man. I'm smiling right now really big, but you can't see. I'm headless at the moment. My head actually exists in the fourth dimension, so it took a trip. It's still connected though via Bluetooth, but we're good. Last time you were here, you're going for the speedruns. You hope you hit your goal. Much love, man. Hope everything is well. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Salty. I did get a record when I was doing the speedruns on this game at one point. And then I had the hitless run that I was working on too. I got the any %, and then we went for all remembrances, and I almost got it, but not quite. Got pretty damn far. I think I completed about 70% perfectly, and then I got the whole thing with a PB of 4. So the goal now is once my thumb is like, you know, good to go and I can push the buttons without being weird, because I heard it a little bit earlier today. Should only be like a few days or something like that, and could use it perfectly fine. Then we'll go back and we'll see if we can get that run again. There's been so much updates though that I might have to reroute it. but that's good because that means it's easier. So it'll kind of be balanced out with the lack of preparedness or the rusts, you know. The neck reacher finally got to me. I really want to make a neck reacher cartoon. That'd be amazing. And he just doesn't say anything the whole time. No dialogue. He just reaches.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Wow, that camera is very handy.
Dark, thank you for the 71 months, man. I'm surprised at how many people are coming up with dad jokes these days. There's not going to be any left. You have to make up new jokes. Dark, how have you been, man? The most shocking thing is after not having a head, your body still remembers how to play Elden Ring. It's kind of like the... Is it worms that have like 9 hearts or something crazy? There's like certain bugs and insects and stuff where they can still move while losing parts of them. Also, Chalky, I'm gonna get you to guess. I want you to guess what we're doing. Okay, if you actually here we go. If you had to make a title for this, or you had to make some sort of advertisement, what would like in just one statement, what would it be? Full freedom to just like completely shit on it too if you want to, but just like I want to know what you would define it though as, what you would say is going on. Okay, so we have Golden Rune 8. I don't know if I should sell anything to this guy yet. Usually I'd use some of these, but
Have a safe.
what I'm gonna do, this is kind of
Anything else?
funny. Gonna buy the pots for the freezing, so I could use those in other things.
Have a safe journey.
You'd call it read the title, but that sounds pretentious and rude. I literally used to get angry sometimes when people wouldn't read the title. It would take a lot. I'll be honest. I didn't get like super pissed off, but like I remember other people doing that too, and they'd ban people if they asked what the title was, because they're like, how do you not know how to read? But then at the same time, on mobile, it was cutting off some of the title, and their title had like, you know, maybe 20 words in it, and then the beginning had something that didn't tell the story of what was going on. And then genuinely there will still be people that will read the title and then they'll forget about it after they read it, or they're looking at it in front of them but they don't see it because they only see other things. It's like me playing Resident Evil when we had the riddle to the puzzle, but I'm like, wait, are the pictures the thing where you find the animals? And it's like, no, they're in the book or whatever on that one note. Gonna do the 47-year sub badge. The sub badges, we definitely have to actually make some new ones. I think I'm behind on 2 of them at the moment, and you can make them in intervals that are shorter than just a year, as far as I know. Because there's the original, I think it's 1, 3, 6, 12, and then it goes years after that. But I think you can actually even do smaller ones. But I at least want to add a couple more. Just don't know how to really make the progression seem fitting to the story of how it goes. Other than I think that you guys would have to become Terminators. Like, so you basically went from like undead, obviously like a skeleton, to fleshly like undead, and then human, and then lordship into like sorcery, into like all the different types of magic. Then you have to be a robot after that, I guess. And then that robot has to become like a hive mind, like magical robot. And then after that you just have to become nothing. Like you just are everything. There you go. That'll be like the 1 million year sub badge. Because originally I'm like, we can just keep adding different effects to the 1 year to give it some different spins if people like it or whatever. People were liking that, but it's just, I gotta make it a whole new thing now. Name, what's up? Always good to see your stream. It's always good to see sorry, I was gonna make a joke. Your name literally reminds me of like when you fill out a document and there's like the fields that they have to require information for, because you have like so many lines between. It's always good to see like name, date, and time. Music is beautiful and relaxing. I actually had the current song that was playing on the screen originally before we took a big break, and then haven't actually set that up again, but I should. Let me do it. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to use two hands. It's gonna be on the keyboard. You're not gonna tell anybody. We're just gonna pretend it didn't happen. And if anyone starts to remember again, there might be a check for a considerable amount of money in your mailbox that will make you forget again. But that would be coming from Bruns, because he's going to win the contest of eating the most frosted flake covered french fries. Like he was saying, he's going to set a Guinness record and he's going to share it with us. Yeah, this should just work right here. There we go. I wish I could figure out why OBS doesn't default to have the same like level of like space captured when you're literally capturing the exact same thing and it's launching in a default size. Like you have to always like screw around with it. There you go. Now you got the song playing. Dude, Where's My Car is a must watch. I remember I saw that movie when I was younger, but I don't remember much about it. I remember it was on TV. Frosted Flake covered french fries? Turn into Thanos and do what the universe needs? Yes, you must. There's no other way. I also just did something really crazy there. I didn't run. I just jumped and it worked. And I didn't get poisoned. And we're hitless. And I have armor on. And there's a ghost running by me. And I almost escaped. And I did escape. And I still didn't get hit. Why are we better with one hand on that part? I've lost so many runs to that. I just did what? I'm upset that happened. I wish I actually just I wanted to die, because now I have to do it perfectly every time, or people are gonna be like, that one time you had one hand and you did it with one hand and now you can't even do it with two. You're a washed up streamer. You used to be a lot better. I'm gonna watch Gino, or I'm gonna watch Hob, or I'm gonna watch somebody else that's better than you. And then I must have to cry myself to sleep every single night and just infinitely attack this dragon to see if I can gain the runes to cheat the game and one-shot everyone. Sounds exactly like us. Well, that's just that one person that just, they have to make that statement, and they have to make it in that type of tone to rub it in. Okay, I gotta get the golden foot, actually. Let's do that. There's no way you get comments like that. I've had some funny I've had death threats before, believe it or not, but I've had some really funny comments. Like, I've had ones that are so funny that the fact that someone said it makes me happy, because I just could not imagine even thinking of it. And it almost, like, it not that it was like a good comment or anything, but it almost expanded my knowledge of what is possible for people to say. But then that's because you just expect people to say, like, you know, like somewhat normal things, and some people surprise you. It's really funny, man. Kind of depressing when you succeed at something and then feel like you have to, feel like it will diminish future runs. Nah, it's okay. I'm just joking about that, but it is really cool we got that with one hand. But I'm surprised. I genuinely thought I was going to at least get damage and poison, but we didn't even do the strategy correctly. So it kind of shows like even if you're closer to being correct, like you have to be pretty much perfect on that part. We got lucky though. Meeting those kinds of people in real life are refreshing. Well, I'm just saying, like, the comments you'd get on like runs if you do videos for different types of gaming related things, maybe you try to set a record for something or you do a challenge, you can get some pretty funny comments where people will tell you like this is they'll say this is not like part of the rules or whatever, or they'll tell you that like someone did it before you that they can't prove, and then you never actually said you were the first person like ever, you just like it's just documented as that, and there's no other example, or you know they'll be like, well, it would have been better if you used this, and it's like, well, it would have been better if you did it first and then showed me how to do it, but at the same time you probably didn't have the time for it, and neither did I, so neither of us did. Someone else will. Biodome? What is Biodome? Also, Frank, welcome back, dude. You ain't gonna believe this. You went curling not too long ago. It's very hard. Everybody was sore the next day at work. I would love to do curling, man. I used to watch curling and get excited for it as part of the Olympics. And then everyone would make fun of me. They're like, it's boring. And I was like, nah, curling is actually pretty cool. I would definitely try it. Where are you hurting? Are you hurting like all over? Don't know how to damage us the trilogy, but you can type a comment that says nice roll. That's all you need. See, because like the thing is, there'll be a time mizzle where like you're incentivized based on how many people typed in chat nice roll. And every time that happens, there'll be a royalty where someone will make $1, and then maybe I can cut you guys into that, right? We can kind of just like make everything seem more exciting. Everybody just types like super crazy explosive emotes and it's like, yo, that's the craziest thing ever. And then it sells because it makes it look like people are having more fun. Biodome is a movie similar to Dude, Where's My Car? And what is it about? Nice R1. Nice 13,515 damage. I've been trying to find a really weird fact that I don't have to look up, that I've not said at least in recent time, if ever. And it might surprise you guys. I'm trying to think of something because like we used to do the reading here, and my book is actually it's in the room still, but it's kind of far away and I don't want to get up. I do want to go back to doing the reading though, because we're going to be doing the run with All Remembrances, and I want to crack out some other books and read some pages, but what's a good fact? Okay, here we go. The mantis shrimp has a punch at the speed of a .22 caliber bullet. And that is what the channel's name is based off of. Indirectly, but happily associated. And I've seen one in person and they look really cool. Now imagine if humans could punch like that. Like, so relative to the size, if that thing was as big as us, it could probably destroy buildings. Especially because it has like a shell, so that's pretty cool. Look up Snickle. That sounds like if you bought a Snickers bar and it was melted, become a Snickle. Everyone needs to type GG after you kill defenseless dragon. Really get those GGs up. Yeah, make it look like, okay, we'll put in some screen shake and post-production, and I'll kind of like I'll make it look like I'm falling out of my chair. And everyone can just guarantee that they saw the dragon attack. That'll be the final video. Because I think I'm gonna go through at least the beginning of this and add in the picture of what happened to my thumb and everything and just cut out some stuff. I'll definitely speed this part up for the video. I know it's not gonna be edited at all for anything else because there's no reason to. I want to include everything on this, but I will speed this part up though. Because it is probably not good. We're gonna see a massive uptake in metrics. There's gonna be 2 billion views. Dragon Murder Gang. It was already dead. I didn't know. I thought I was literally just trying to cut into it to see what's inside of it. I'm essentially mining for materials right now. Like, I'm not trying to kill anything. If something dies and it's associated with me trying to get the resources, it's not my fault. Unrelated. I have the paperwork to do this, so it's fine. View the entire VOD in 2x speed, easy. You can, but I'll be honest, man, when you make videos, like, there's a lot of do's and don'ts, and one thing that I probably could do as a convenience for everyone if I'm already going to have to add some stuff into it would be to at least speed that up a bit. And if there's anything else that's absolutely painful, I'll do the same thing. Because I don't want to cut anything. I want you to be able to see it. Oh my god, we killed him! I mean, no, it just died itself. I didn't kill anything. I'm not a murderer. It's fine. Okay, let's go back to round table. Or actually, wait, we got to do Liurnia, right? Can I make the jump in Stormhill first try? Okay, wait. If you had to bet an amount of money and you're like dead serious about it, how much would you bet that I could make the jump? If you were going to bet that I would. $1? Okay, so you're teetering between yes and no. Like, you're basically leaning towards it's anything, right? You wouldn't bet on that at all? I wonder, man. I wonder, because like I actually had to coach Nags and Potasic on how to do this jump. Potasic got it within, I think, like 2 tries or 3, and then Nags had some trouble. So maybe I got to just like channel the coach within me, because I was doing pretty good on it. Let's see. No! It's really sad. Oh man. I might as well just end the run now. I mean, we didn't live, so it's over. Sad music. I didn't even get to see the water. I've always wanted to see water. All I've seen is grass and stone. Want to see the kingdom. I want to beat the game. Want to level up the character. Okay, this is the one. This is the redemption arc. As a German, you'd bet a beer. How much would a beer be? Like a few dollars? $5? Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we got it. Nice. Nice. Not too bad. I'm just going to edit out the first part. We're just going to pretend it was one try. No big deal. Can't you jump over the bridge, or is that the faster way? This is the faster way, but there is another way you can go. What about runes? Ooh, okay. Gonna have to do that again. I would have literally ran the entire next area, and then if there was even a chance of dying, it probably would have popped in my mind at the last second, and I would have cried if I died. Because that was like nearly 100,000. That was like 96, I think, or something like that. And then we would literally not be able to beat Godskin Noble without farming. The funniest thing too, I was actually contemplating trying to make the jump backwards, but then I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. I was gonna go back and see if it was on the edge. Oh no, wait. Ah. I need to master the one-hand quit out. Because it'd be start left A, up A, right? Wonder if I could do that. Oh no, wait, start up A, left A, left A. Yeah, I don't think I could do it fast enough. That'd take a lot of time. Funny if you had Assassin the Dragon for nothing. Yeah, exactly. I've done that before too. That's happened. I think I had a run where I lost the runes from Margit, and then I also didn't have the Golden Foot. But I went back to Cavalry and I killed him. So we could always just farm Cavalry if I need extra, but it's only like 40,000, 45. Okay, please, please. Here we go. That is really scary. You're gonna bet 72 washing machines, Bruns? What kind of washing machines? Like top loaders? Are we getting like a stacked one? Is it gonna have Wi-Fi? Does it play music? Beating Elden Ring one-handed without a head. That would be it. You know what I could do? I literally could just make the cam bigger, but I don't want to be blocking the middle of the screen. I thought that'd be obnoxious, but I also need enough of a, a space where you can see. So it has to be big enough for you to see my hands and the controller. We don't want to turn into one of those streamers just yet. We have to wait a bit until we can get away with the camera taking up half the screen.
So the world might be mended.
How long did it take you to learn to do one-handed runs in Souls games?
Chief Keef, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. It took probably, I want to say like weeks of time to get to the level where I felt coordinated enough to do multiple different things. Because what I did was I originally just tried to play the game one-handed as a part of a addition to a bigger challenge. But it wasn't constantly. It was the thing that would pop up once in a while that you guys would activate. So that's how I got into it. And then so I used that, and then over the course of that run, plus just trying the first actual challenge one-handed, that's what solidified the base experience with it. But I was saying before, though, I've already used I've done really weird things before where I use one hand to do things that you normally have to use two hands for, with tons of things. So I feel like this is just something that a lot of people could do if they tried. And inevitably, people will have to do this if they don't have the ability to use two hands, or something that's a combination of this and other stuff, right? Maybe even completely different methods with no hands. So I take some inspiration from that kind of stuff, because I know that there's people that they don't have another choice, and they can do even better than people that have all the opportunity. And also, on top of that, like, they can do some stuff that has never been done before. I think Ghost Run of Bloodborne, all content with Chalice's Halos had never been done. Crazy to me. You've tried it on other games, but it's hard. I'll be 100% with you, dude. I'm gonna give like 30% of the skill to my pinky finger because of playing music. That's about it. Like if I even if I played music, if I didn't like have like as much experience with it, like my pinky wouldn't be able to have the level of control. I don't think. I'm gonna just guess that that's some of the advantage there. Because being able to move in the direction you want to most of the time, even if you don't react in time or you don't like push the buttons perfectly, like that actually is a huge advantage. I'd say the first most important thing is the direction you go when you want to do it and with no hesitation or delay. Accuracy of like dodging the stuff would be after that, which is pretty simple because it's the same as using two hands. And then access to attacks and switching in and out of movement and attacks is the really, really hard part, because you have to like reach over everything and then I have to actually let go, right? And unfortunately, a lot of the really good attacks, you have to hold a button, then push another button, and both those buttons are way down here. So I think if you had to use a different type of method, like someone was saying, use a nunchuck for the Wii, or the Wiimote, that would be really cool if you could make it work. I think there's also like PC controllers, or there's like setups where you can have a thing where it's separate, like each hand has a thing, and you can use one of those for one-handed runs. But for me, I wanted to know that I could do it without any advantages of the controller being easier to use. Because like, what if I just, like I said, what if I have an injury? What if I have some sort of problem where I can't use my hand? At least one is there. It'd be really cool if I could do it on both. But yeah, just got to make sure that I protect my left hand. The pinky ups. Oh man. That's actually really crazy. I wonder how, like, 'cause some people can do push-ups with their thumbs. I don't know how you do that. That's got to be some level of, like, you've strengthened your wrists quite a bit, and you have like a really, really good, like, I guess power to weight ratio as well. Can we use the Star Fist this run? Runs, I'm literally gonna go for the Serpent Spear. And then if anything else is appealing, we'll grab it. Just depends on how much more danger it implies. Like the coolest thing about this run will be doing it in a time frame that's somewhat normal. Like someone was asking how long does it take to beat the game. Imagine you're like, hey, my thumb was, not responding well to being brutally pulpified. So I decided to do one-handed, and I also completed it in a way that was quick enough to not seem terrible. That'd be a terrible title. Don't use that. Basically, yeah, if we could do it in the normal amount of time, or even just double that time, that's great. If it took like a week, then I'm probably doing something wrong at this point. So if I had to predict in terms of what we would do for any percent, I think we could get this in a few days. Best PvE weapon, Moonveil. Moonveil was really good. I don't know if they improved it again, but it used to be pretty decent. I know that Rivers of Blood is still pretty good. That's death. Oh my god. Please be a Statue of America. Probably not. Yeah, Rivers of Blood's good. The Star Fists, I believe, or like the spiked fists. A lot of fist weapons. The claws are good. What else was good? There was a halberd on the older patch that Gino used, the Dragon Slayer one. There's also Blasphemous Blade. It's pretty decent. Yeah, I think if we're talking about the overall best setup, you'd have to combine a lot of magic too. And that's where like my brain just kind of shuts off, because I know quite a bit of the magic in this game, but I could not tell you half of the things people buff with when it's just like infinite stacking of things. Just like 1, 2, 3, 4, and the first one's practically already running out by the time you do the fight. I've seen people buff like 6 or 7 times. I'm like, I didn't even know you could do that. Oh, there's only like a few you could do. You could just choose different ones from categories. So that's the thing with this game that they did that made the PvP a little bit more expansive and probably gave the game more longevity. You can do so many things on top of other things that the combinations are just silly, and it was never really like that before. Like, there's a lot of things that don't cancel out each other. Fallen Star Bistro was good. The weapon art on that was pretty sick. I wish that, in a way, I wish I could use it on a run such as the hitless run we were doing, but it almost seems too cheap to do, because even if you combined like just melee with a bit of that, because you use it and because you don't even have to like actually use a projectile, it's just, you know, point to point, you just look at something and then it's boom. Lightning. It's not really... seems cheesy. Seems a little cheesy. It's really cool, but in a serious run, it seems a little cheesy. Popping in to point out that Bruce Lee did 200 push-ups with 2 fingers. That record is still unbeaten. Unbeaten? Really? That's... I want to see... Is there a video of him doing it? That's really cool. Oh, wait, dude, the souls are up there. Oh no. Up there. I was about to just go and do something silly. Starfist is close to the ritual shield talisman. Okay, so that's where the arena is in Landau. Wait. There's a Samsung fridge and you can play Tetris. That kind of reminds me of people were playing Cuphead in a Tesla. I remember I saw that when they were doing more custom stuff with the software way back, and I'm like, that was really cool. I have a friend and they have like, it's kind of old school. They have a custom thing where you push a button and it flips a screen, and they have like a DVD. It's kind of like a DVD player sort of thing, but you can like plug in any kind of like media. I believe you can do USB, or you can plug in stuff or whatever, and you can watch movies on it. And he actually has used it to watch movies, but you would never know that it's there because of how it like comes out of the console or the unit or whatever. It's really weird. Always thought that stuff was pretty cool. It's like I'm playing a game while I'm driving, while I'm watching a movie, while I'm on the phone, while I'm crashed. Never mind. And this is where we need robots. Friend still uses a VHS player. There's some stores you can find that sell them, and some of them are pretty expensive. Like not the players, but some of the tapes. I bet actually even some of the players might be expensive too. Yeah, I got rid of a lot of the ones I had. I wish I kept them.
Well, I presume you are tarnished? Oh, I am an old soul, perhaps.
Dual Bloody Hellas. Ooh. Where do you get 2 of them? Do you have to do New Game Plus? Because I remember we were playing PvP against somebody and he had the Hellas, and then in the offhand there was some other type of thrusting sword with the gold handle. I probably could grab the Hellas on the PvP character that we made for Rivals and then use that with the Rivers of Blood, but gotta respec a little bit, I think. NG plus, but you blood infused the Stitcher for NG. Okay, so do you think that it would be worth on the build that I have the Rivers of Blood to get the Stitcher with the same infusion and also grab the Hellas? Because I need more weapons for that character if we're actually going to be PvPing. I don't know the stats of the strength level requirements, because I know that I have 19 strength on it. I have 27 dex, 50 arcane, I believe. Can I beat Elden Ring with a 2-second delay, Rompel? Probably not easily. But I'd imagine that if you had a build that was super cheesy, you could probably do anything. Probably have a 5-second delay and just use spirit summons, right? Depends on the rules. I mean, Gino did all of High Wall past Vort on DS3 without a screen, like without seeing. So if you can do that, if you can do something without seeing what it is, I don't even know if you could hear it either. Maybe he had audio. I'm assuming he had to have audio, but it's like if you can do that, you know. And we did blindfolded DS3 with some co-piloting, but on this, it's just the builds are so good. Excuse me. Interesting to beat it with no sound. No sound but visuals, and then I have to commentate everything happening. Let's try it for a second. It was a long day. I've been running around in a samurai suit with a katana and a bow in my hand, trying to find out where I was going. I saw many goats in a field, grazing, and wolves. Then it started raining, and a wolf attacked me, and I had to call a horse, and the horse popped out from underneath me like magic, and I wondered, was it the Kool-Aid I drank earlier, or was I just feeling kind of funny today? Matter of fact, I looked back at the time, and I was like, holy shit, I'd been up for 48 hours, and I was hallucinating. As the rain kept growing, a giant golden tree appeared in front of me. I don't think it was there before. The horse that I was on seemed very nimble, almost like it wasn't real, and I was wondering, maybe I was in a dream. Maybe it was that game Bloodborne that someone was talking about that other time I went to the game shop. Also, for whatever reason, everything smelled like oranges. Maybe I was in a simulation, but time would tell as I kept galloping up the steps to what would be the biggest doorway I had seen in my entire life on a building that was at least 19,000 feet tall. I decided to take a nice rest at this golden, delicious little thing popping out the ground right here. This little golden, delightful thing, and it said, "What? There? Oh my God! What's going on?" Okay, my character, he had a psychotic, episode. He couldn't handle the magic. I think he woke up from the Matrix. Commentary ER. Could work as a voiceover artist. So I actually have done voice acting, and I have a multi-role part in the parody for this game. So it's coming out this year, I believe. And then I still have to record it. I got the lines. I have to figure out exactly what kind of accents I want to do and all that. I think there's a bit of freedom too. I was dicking around with like what kind of accent I wanted for the one character. The other one I already know like what it has to be, but I'm trying to figure out what I want to do for the one. I can't tell you which two they are. You'll know when the thing comes out. It'll be in the credits and everything, but it's really funny though. It's really funny. There's like a really funny twist, and I seem to always get character roles where like you have no preset example of what you're supposed to do. Like there is no actual example for it. You have to make it up. Scottish accent. I'm trying to think of something that would be like typical to say. What are you doing? There you go. Aw, shit. Aw, shit. You guys know anybody that just says she and doesn't end with a T? That kind of used to bother me. I had a friend that did that a lot. He was like, ah, she. And I was like, why don't you say shit? I was like, are you trying to go to Chicago or something like that? Like, what's going on? Do you play the role of the architect of the chest-high wall? Dude, that would be amazing. If you say she, do you get demonetized on YouTube? You can swear and be on YouTube monetized. I swear in pretty much every video I have. Or at least like the ones that are from runs like this. Okay, this is probably not going to be a good idea. I'm going to actually get out of here. Let's go back to round table. Which Elden Ring character has the best voice? They did such a good job for this game. It's really hard to pick. I think Blythe is really good. Melina is good. Godric is really good. Morgoth's good, but Godric's even better in my opinion because Godric has a lot of emotion in it and he like screams and does all these weird things. And they have to kind of emulate him transforming too. So it's kind of like he's like a mutant. Rykard's voice actor would be really difficult to get down because it doesn't really, like, I don't know what you'd reference. Just sounds like a creature and a person kind of. Malekith is really good too, but Malekith's is very assisted by, I think, post-production. Like it has a lot of filters on it. Because you could make Malekith's voice pretty easily just with your regular voice. Then I think they added a bunch of stuff to it. All right. Let's actually access the round table. Also, Rainwalker, it could be both, man. maybe you're just feeling the vibes, and also this is really cool.
Very well. Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
Oh yeah, Gideon's voice actor was good too. That's the thing though, I don't even know who does what role. It could be that multiple are played by one person. I know they've done that before. Blackguard is the best, not even a contest. Is that an NPC?
You're a new fame. No matter. Lay out your arms.
Wait, why is the Ash of War empty? Oh, we didn't go and get Golden Vow. Oh boy, this is gonna be more difficult. And the guy's dead too, so I'm not even sure if we can go get it again. That's okay. Just a little bit more challenging. It's fine. The girl who eats eyeballs is Blackguard. Wait, sorry. Are those two different characters? Irina? Who's Irina? In this game? Like, I know Irina in DS3. Video of Malekith's voice actor? I would love to see that, man. That'd be cool.
I don't believe we've met. I'm no
Dee's voice actor is pretty good. Okay, wait, what are we doing? We're doing Noble? Okay, I almost feel like something's missing here. Oh, you know what? Wait, the materials for... I don't know, you can't get those yet, can you? I might have more runes than I wanted. Because like we could do even better. I think I should save some though. We usually do, right? Like at least 14,000. I'll do that. Oh wait, we also got to do. We got to do all of Raya's questline too. There's a YouTube video with all the voice actors. Can't remember, but you're gonna look for it. Man, honestly, anytime they ever share the way they make these things, it's pretty rare because they've only done like a bit of interviews of the actual like their office or their headquarters or whatever, and then they've done like the Tanamura interview. They've done some Miyazaki ones. Just very briefly, they did some of the concept art stuff, and then there's the choir for Bloodborne. I haven't seen a lot though. My wrist is gonna hurt tomorrow. The funniest thing is my wrist actually, it feels fine right now. It's really, it's weird actually. There's nothing that's bothering me. It's mainly just the corner of my pinky is getting abused the most because I'm just kind of resting it on the side of the thumbstick. So I'm gonna hope that it's not destroyed by tomorrow.
Hello? Please. Please stop.
Maybe I'll be double jointed when I wake up.
You will only tire by striking this barrier. Guys, Hella, it's rather I mistrust I was a could I ask that thug only if you've any... Oh, to bless a thug, please.
The boss should have deleted it. It should have, yeah. I don't know why it didn't. It's actually turned on too. Maybe it's not connected fully though. If you use a command, does it work? It does work. Yeah, okay, it's connected. That's weird. Okay, link protection, auto permit. I think what happened is, I think it thought you were already subbed, Scrambags. I think it, or either you are and it's not showing the icon, or it's actually just screwing up. Because it says on the settings here that it's only auto permission for the people that should have it. The bot needs to be demodded. I think the bot has just gotten way too comfy with everyone gifting it subs. It doesn't even have to show up. I mean, the last month, what does the bot do? It went on a vacation. Now it's just like, It's like, I don't have to really permit links anymore. It's not a big deal.
Show me, and I'll consider biting. I'm not in love with your first. All right.
Nobody posts memes. This is gonna turn into like that thing that you do in your kids. It's like, I have a story, but I'm not gonna tell you what it is. Nobody tell anybody what this is. Like, what is it? You sure you want to know? It's like you're just tempting people. Runs is gonna have to literally, like, he's gonna have to go and practice his practice with the targets, man. Practice the draw speed of the banhammer.
Please stop, brave Tarnished. You will only tire by striking this barrier. I see that you... Please. Oh yes, thank you, kind. Did I forget? I see you are very to steady such. Please. Brave. Most time. But you are no... The volcano...
Okay, very good. What I'll do is I'll actually check out that video before we're done this today. If it's not too long. Gonna really try my best to get Godskin Noble before we're done. What's our time looking like on this run? Let's see. 220. Yeah, it's about twice as slow. Actually, 2 1/4 times slower. Less than 3? Okay, that's fine. Do that. It's like, hey guys, I promise I'm gonna watch it no matter what, and it's like a 2.5 hour literal movie. Why is she not here? I gave her a necklace, did I not? Did I do something wrong? Wait, what? I got the invitation. Did I finish the dialogue? I thought I got the invitation though. Let me double check. Become Paragod and dodge the roly-polies. Man, roly-polies reminds me of Bone Wheels, that mod where every single thing's a bone wheel. What's up, Will? How's it going? This run is it's definitely strange, but it's happening though. It's different than I think I thought it would be. I thought it would be actually a lot harder in certain ways and then easier in other ways. So I'm just curious of how we're going to try to work around a lot of the coordination with like the more technical fights, the ones that are faster. Especially Millennia, something like that would be really weird, one-handed. If I could do Millennia one-handed, that is cooler than the entire game. Like, just aside from that alone. Also, I have no idea why this is empty. Yeah, so she did travel. Because this is the place. And I obviously did get the thing. I bought it and I did get the invitation. It's right there. So if I have the invitation. I'm the only one that could for this run. You'd be surprised actually. I bet you quite a few people could do this. In terms of people that are already doing these things, I'm not sure. I'm 100% certain though that people have done it with other games. And I know people have done Dance Pad and all that other stuff, like things that are pretty much harder or equal. What I got to do though, I got to get the Dance Pad soon. I told you guys I was going to do that. It's going to happen this summer. I need to find one that works or have a backup in case, because I was told by the person that originally did that it would be very difficult with just, you know, the fact they can be faulty and stuff like that. This is weird, man. I can't go to Volcano Manor now. Okay, let me try something else. I'm gonna quit out. Jory, what's up? Start on DS3, you can't play the older ones. They're rage games. I'll 100% back that up, where the rage comes from just the lack of being able to do the things you actually want to do. It's like, oh, I moved here, but it went the other way. I pushed this, did nothing happened. I pushed nothing, now something happened somehow. Standing next to some ruins nearby. She's supposed to be in this spot. Did they change where she is? The other spot further in the plateau. Is there another spot she pops up at? Like the way I've done it before, you just go here and then you get to go right to Volcano Manor. Like that would make a lot more sense that she just moved to a different place, but I'm trying to think of like what would make that happen. Plateau into Gelmir? Oh, is that because I did something? I'm trying to think of like what I would have done. I went to Round Table. That was not anything special. You thought you could only do it if you do it before coming to Altus? It probably is, yeah. So does that mean then Volcano Manor is a no-go unless I do Academy Abduction? Which I could still do that. I think the way to fall down to the area where you get the abductor is like you can't do the skip anymore. So I'm gonna have to do Ray of Lucaria. A long way. Could technically run there to Volcano Manor. That'd be ridiculous, dude. If we had, okay, if you had 30 minutes to get to Volcano Manor, what would you do from this situation? Do you go through here or do you go run there from the plateau? The part of my brain that actually has IQ says that I'm supposed to do this if I want to actually do it the quickest. But I'm baffled though that like the whole quest doesn't work if you arrive at Altus, even if you did the same things or if you do the stuff after. Because I can understand if you make major progress. I didn't think that was counting as something that would matter because she appears there anyways, right? I can imagine if like you went past that point. Still works. She just moved. Okay, so here's a better question then. Do I have a better chance going through here than having you know, the pathway to her in Altus? Just kind of curious if it would be worth it next time to just stay there. Near the entrance from Ruin Strewn, the one that has Squillakilla in it. Wait, Lux Ruins, Millicent. Okay, so that would be Kaled. That was spooky. Again, watch this area be perfect. Somehow. And I'm going to grab extra things too. Still going to work. Dog still doesn't get me. Impossible that this is happening. Ooh, wait, we can go down here? I think, or is this not good? Where's the other path where you can go down? How did I mention injure my thumb rolling? I was trying to pull something that was stuck off of something, and then it worked. It was fine. And then I just looked at my thumb; it was bleeding, or my hand. My hand had blood on it. I was like, did I just scratch myself? Because I usually get like cuts and just like random things and don't realize. But I was like, okay, there's blood dripping, so I'm like, maybe I like something's in my hand or whatever. And then I looked, and my nail had like come off of the skin in one part, pretty big chunk. So I just didn't want to push on anything. I wanted to let it heal a little bit. Uh, 13K is gonna have to go, unfortunately, but that's fine. Ow, yeah, I've like lost full-on nails before, like mostly with my toes. I've definitely done a lot of ridiculous stuff, but I don't think I've ever actually like peeled a fingernail that much. So it looked kind of weird. I was like, is it gonna fall off or something? But it was enough where I think it'll be fine. Just have to not use it too much. Wait, from this way, can we go down? It's been so long, I actually thought this wasn't the way to go. This is what happens when you don't go from... You just go to Godskin Noble immediately. Oh man, okay, this is... It's gonna have to be like pretty precise. And then on top of that, we don't have anything when it comes to sleeping pots, so it's just going to be straight up. I don't even have the book for them either. I have to go back and get that later. Oh wait, no. I did get the book for them. We're good. I can make them. I did fix that already. We did go back. Ungrafting a toenail. It's usually the pinky toes. But that, I've heard that's like fairly common though, so. I've been looking into like, there's these things you can use for your feet to like actually realign the toes properly. I was gonna actually use them and see, because yeah, I've definitely banged my pinky toes up so much. They're just like, not good. I've also been always curious if I could get them to be like, not, you know how like some people have curly ones? And then some people just have perfectly straight toes. I want to figure out if I can get mine to be normal. Or if that's impossible. Tend to have to get different shoes. Yeah, that as well. And part of the product that I was talking about is because people's shoes actually kind of compress them. But I'd never seen it. You could probably make something that is similar, but it's like a mold kind of thing that just spaces them. You could probably even just put like packing peanuts between them. You know what? Honestly, I'll just try that. See if that works. Yours sit sideways, rolled over. Yeah, same. It's been like that for a long time. But like again, I've definitely banged them up a lot, and I've definitely worn shoes that are probably not the best. Okay, we can't even get the grace. This is gonna be pretty much one and done, like kind of. Oh, and then I didn't get the thing from Kale to craft, so we still can't do sleeping pots. That's what it was. Okay, this is funny. Let's try it. What is the chances that I can get the roll for the Godskin Noble spinny Nightmare of Doom? Cotton Candy, what's going on? This is a one-handed run. Okay, I think I might actually use Jar Shard on this. 184. I can parry. That is one thing I can do. And the parry actually will get me some level of damage. But that's still not that great. Okay, let's try it. That would have been fine, just proximity. One thing I stuck myself with that was pretty bad too is like pretty low red flasks. We were gonna do the sleeping pots, so it's the perfect situation to like just not have any advantage here. Ooh, there we go. See, I just need to be closer on that. I shouldn't even go for it. If it's the first one, I should wait for a second one. And then the pivot. Can't do those. Not on a fireball. I hope this is not too painful to watch. This is where it becomes scary. I think that if we don't get this before we're finished, that tomorrow, I definitely need to open up that shortcut somehow. Like, the thing that sucks is you don't spawn in at a Grace. If I could, at least I could respec. Could probably add in the magic too. Forgot to add that in. Help a little bit. It's okay though. Like, again, we made it harder, but it's fun still. Oh, the parries. Ooh, ooh. Not good. Not good. Get the hell out of there. Ooh. Spicy. No! No, see, that's the hard part. Ah, Rave is the real me. No, it's not, unfortunately. It's the headless me. It's the one from Planet 226. God. Okay, well that's wild. It is actually around the time I was gonna stop the stream for today anyways. I was gonna go for about 5 to 6 hours, but again, the thumb just wanted to let it cool down a bit right after that happened. Gonna continue the run with one hand today. Thumb is dumb, that's what it's called. This sounds like an arthritis run. It actually isn't that difficult to do the movements without feeling pain.
Let strength be granted so the world
Or sorry,
might be mended.
it's easy to do without feeling pain. Is that the right way to say it?
So the world might be mended.
Like this is actually probably easier on the hand than holding the controller, because if you have to tense those muscles, you have to use the tendons, you have to activate part of your hand and then independently move the rest of it. It's got a lot more strain than your hand freely being able to move, right? That was a terrible parry. Didn't even connect to the hitbox there. Seem to be able to like set up like the unlocked angle from around the pillar with the heavy attack now on the weapon art. And if we can get that out of the transition, that's really good. Ooh, nice. That's the attack right there. I was wondering, for anyone that was confused about it, if you can jump it. The magic circle thing with the belly. If anyone has jumped it, let me know. I want to try. Because it would be so much easier, especially like if you're only like a foot away from him. Bullshit. I didn't see anything. It never happened. Yes. Oh my god. I have to really go to the bathroom. I think that helps. Soul Ascender. I think it was SL1. It was either SL1 hitless the first time or one of the weirder runs. Literally could tell you my bladder had already exploded, but I was holding it together anyways. So definitely enhanced that fight too. That was a good one. Just pro tip, just make sure you need to urinate and don't urinate. Okay, also another thing that's really important on this part, not dying and losing the runes. So, actually what I'll do first is I'm gonna go to EG now, and then I'll buy the materials from him ahead of time, because there's a chance that I won't have the ability to do that. Did I beat Godskin Noble Lava? We did, yeah. Yeah, it was actually a really good fight too. I just tried to be as aggressive as I possibly could, and it worked pretty well. And I think we had a few good methods for the phase 2.
Then I presume.
If I could have actually accessed these two buttons without losing the grip on the controller, I would have done more of the special attacks. They would have done way more damage. Could have probably got quicker staggers too. Is the stream muted or are you deaf?
What? I can't hear you. What did you say?
Oh man, that's just us when we're like we're like 105 or something like that. It's chat trying to ask questions to each other.
I need my reading glasses.
Is the starting katana as good as the saw cleaver in Bloodborne? Yes, it's pretty much the same thing. It's very good. The thing about the uchi though that's different is it won't really carry you through. Yeah, I can't even speak. It won't carry you through the whole game. Not nearly as much as like saw cleaver in Bloodborne can carry you through the entire thing. Characters bathing in rays of gold. Godfrey could never. I can't wait to get to him. I probably could kill him right now though. I want to do it properly so we don't get stuck like we just did. I feel like it's okay to get stuck on the part we did, but nothing else for that long for a little bit. And it'll be easier just because Serpent Spear, you don't have to obviously do the weird weapon art thing. It's mainly just charge attacks and all that. Uchi's weak mid-game. Yeah, it gets weak pretty quick. I think Rivers of Blood's a good replacement if you're like building the samurai and you want to throw some arcane in. Actually, like I guess you could use the Stitcher too if you picked it up. Or what else is even there? Ooh, spooky. Okay, wait. Get the shortcut.
Let strength be granted.
Moonveil. Moonveil's good.
World
Just
might be mended.
the only thing with
So the
Moonveil
world might be mended.
is
Finally catching you.
the magic aspect of it
Glad
doesn't
that.
really account for bleed as far as I know. I don't think you can scale bleed with magic, can you? So if you wanted to keep like that bleed, then those other things could be okay. Damageless God Run, any plans for that? Not right now, but maybe though. Maybe at some point I'll try it. Millennia's Katana is very good for a dex build. Is it a good weapon overall? I was told it wasn't the greatest. Also, Mr. Show, what's up, man? Glad you're back. I'm glad to see you too. Thank you for being here, dude. You're about to see just pure shenanigans. If we get Rykard first try, I think I might have to, I don't know, I might have to shed a tear. I have to just take it in for a second, take a moment to remember that Rykard just got beaten by one hand. You can barely play this game with two hands, Bouquets. I can barely play it with two hands as well. I bet you even if like someone else helped me, we'd still be doomed. all in the pace in which you desire, right? There's no criteria for how good you have to be. It's whatever you want it to be. I still goof up with two hands all the time. I bet you though, if you practice this, you probably would be surprising yourself. I think anybody here would be able to pick it up pretty, like quicker than you might assume, but maybe not like, I don't know. I don't want to confuse you and make you think that like this level of playing would be necessary, but I think you'd surprise yourself. Like the only big advantage I have over you guys in that case is I've played the other ones. I played so many of the other ones one-handed before this and did level 1 with it, so I have experience with that. Oh, I need okay, we're gonna get audience pathway right now, but unfortunately the stone sword key that's on the part where you jump into the lava is Prison Town Church. We didn't go and get that because that's not the way I went to access the fight. Like that wasn't the grace we got, so I have to go back there. Will the viewer PvP part be on YouTube anytime soon? You want to see you getting backstabbed 3 times in a row? Yeah, dude, remember how I took the picture and I said it was HD was processing? because it got a copyright strike for like literally a minute or two of the music that Rivals was playing when I screen captured their channel. I had to be completely reprocessed all over again. So it was at that moment that I took the picture, it had just started the same process it went through for over a day. So it will be done either tonight or tomorrow if normal things allow it to do that. Sometimes they're weird, sometimes they freeze. I was also doing it on my other computer and it wasn't plugged in directly to the modem, so that might have made it a bit slower, but it should be fine because processing usually means it's already on their server. They just need to process the HD, and it's not uploading anymore. It's just, you know, doing its magic. So I'll let you know tomorrow 100%, but it should have already been there. Unfortunately, I was like, you know what, I don't want that copyright for 1 minute. It's kind of silly. Because I pay for the website for the music that I'm listening to right now, so it doesn't get copywritten, and that subscription fee per month is useless if there's any video in general that's only got a minute of something that's not the music that I intended, right? Did I visit any haunted houses again? I didn't, but something happened to me that like I've never seen before. That is, it's really hard for someone that's very logical to explain. So it wasn't spooky in terms of like, oh, like I was haunted by a ghost, but more so just I saw an impossible thing happen, basically, like right in front of me. And unless I was hallucinating or on drugs, which I wasn't, I'm pretty sure it happened, and someone else witnessed it at the same time too. So since then, there's only been one weird encounter, one weird moment I had, and everything else has been fine. And it wasn't the big deal. It was just like I literally watched something appear that wasn't there before. I lifted I picked my phone up when I was visiting my uncle. He has like this like wooden table. And it was like, so he has like he has a printer with his computer set up on it just for the stuff that he does, and then the rest of it was empty. There's nothing there, and I'm on my phone. I'm showing him something. I put it down. Then we talk about some stuff, and then I pick it back up, and like when I pick it back up, a dime appears out of nowhere, just in midair, like it just like pops up, like, and then drops on the table. But my phone was already in my hand. I didn't have change on me. He doesn't own any change. The table was empty, and he saw it too, and he was like, "What the hell?" And he just started laughing. And then we just thought it was funny, and then we just stopped. But like, there was no way to explain it though. It was very, very strange. So we're gonna go to, I guess, Volcano Manor again. Backwards, we'll go this way. Infinite money glitch. There we go. There we go, man. God's giving you some money. Well, the thing is, like, I have those kinds of things happen already, but like the problem is I try to deny that it's actually happening because I always want to find a way to explain something. But that was the first time something's happened where it's not explainable at all. There's nothing that could possibly explain it, and someone else sees it too. So it's like two people witnessed it, and we both know the conditions in which it happened just don't make sense. So and just especially how it occurred, it was just really funny. But yeah, I know tons of other people that have had way crazier things happen. I know someone, they had like a washing machine that they were running, did some laundry, put it in the dryer, came back, and then I think they opened the washing machine that had just been used to like air it out or whatever, and like they said a swarm of flies so big that you like is as big as a person came out, like literally, like just a swarm of flies somehow. And it's like, how could flies come out of a washing machine that was just used? And on top of that, like, how can that many be in there even if there was flies in there? Even if they could survive, like there's this, and if you believe that, then, you know, it's crazy. You don't have to believe it, but I mean, it's, it's weird. Very, very weird. Always trying to make out the logical conclusion. Yeah, I think that the problem is, though, is there's a lot of things that they don't happen within the senses that are basic, that are possible, because there already is things proven like scientifically that are possible with they're outside of the basic senses. Like you can sense them with them, but they're not integral to those senses. So because that's, you know, there's books on that stuff you can see, you can look at the studies, whatever. It's hard to say that there's not more things that can happen that you'd imagine couldn't. I think just simply observing things and then seeing things happen and then seeing a lack of certain things happen isn't enough to say that they're not possible. But at the same time, I want to as much as possible, because it's easier to manage, because the human brain likes to categorize, right? Okay, so we have to go from here. started to believe. Oh, the kick the plastic ball into space story. That was so funny, dude. That story's not so unrealistic anymore. No, like the thing is, okay, again, you could be completely just fucking with me and you might have some crazy deep-seated problem where you just love the fact that you're misleading me so deeply, but you're convincing yourself that it happened just to screw with me. And you've literally built this like trust of some sort to make me think that you're not that person, but you could totally be. And that's still a possibility, that you just want to fuck with everybody. And I don't believe it because you've never been someone that showed those characteristics of trying to actually mislead or be stupid or anything like that on purpose, right? So I believe you for the sake of that there's nothing that would make me not want to believe it, but that's also me desiring to believe you. It's not because I think I have to believe you when you said that. So I do believe you, but just because I'm choosing to. Because I want to believe that happened. That's not to say it actually did, but like that is a crazy story if it did happen, and I do want to believe it. And it is very reminiscent. It's like an even crazier version of like the same thing I was just saying, right? So. Okay, both the keys are there. Do you believe there are other creatures around us from different dimensions but can come across our dimension? Yes and no. Just because I don't believe dimensions are places. Like if you think of like if you draw a line, right? And then you turn it into like, let's say like you had a square that was 2-dimensional and then you turn the square sideways, it would be 1-dimensional, it'd be a line. So that's not a different place. That's just technically the same thing from a different perspective. So I don't believe there's actual like places that are separate, like as if like you fast traveled in this game to a disconnected part of the map. I don't believe in that at all. But I do believe that if there was anything that operated on a different perspective, that yeah, it would coexist somehow, but I'm not sure exactly what that would logistically be. I couldn't use regular types of thinking to give you an explanation of that would be good enough, but yeah, but at least it's definitely not something that I believe it would be a place. Anthrax, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Like in my reasoning of just, again, you think of like 1D, 2D, 3D, even 4D, like when you look at the Tesseract as a shape, like if you're just thinking of shapes, it kind of explains the exact same thing. It's just another expansion of something, right? Like it doesn't exist in a different place. It's just a different way of looking at a thing that has not been expanded yet in your traditional sense. And then when it is, it's like you can't comprehend it because you need a perspective that's different. It doesn't have the restrictions of senses that we would probably require or probably need to not have or not be distracted by, right? That's my personal take. Thought 40 was time. I don't know. I mean, time is a perception, is it not? Like, unless there's like some sort of mathematics similar to how you'd try to represent a Tesseract, where you could like take time and like it, like make it tangible, if that makes sense. Like have a tangibility aspect to it. Like the only tangibility aspect to us with time is the fact we die and there's age, and then like events happen in space-time and they occur and then they end, right? There's linearity in perception, so it's kind of like if you can't have a tangible aspect, or you can't make that aspect tangible outside of perceiving those things in event, then you can't technically say it would be a place or like a perspective, because if it would be above, if we're going in order, if like that would be a higher level of perspective, time would be pretty limiting to something like that, in my opinion. But I guess it depends on how you work backwards or forwards through like the order of that stuff. Like I just believe time's perception. It's not actually fundamental at all. It's just a nice tool, you know. It's like ego. Ego's not actually fundamental. It's just a tool. Because when you're born, you don't have an ego. You can't. You have to actually acquire information to do that. So identity in general is just information assembled conveniently and packaged for inner perception, outer perception, navigation, and efficiency. Same with language. Language Tonality means more than words do sometimes. Therefore, English language itself cannot convey enough dimension to be able to communicate the most effective alone. You have to actually have other things behind it: vibration, tonality, the pitch, the expressions, you know. Well, the senses have to culminate to make some sort of like thing, so. Your ego's fundamental, bouquets. Well, there's definitely times where it should be because, again, that situation requires it. But then there's times where if you really thought about the relevance of it, it would be less relevant because it can't help you, right? So not that it's like not important, it exists for a reason, but I don't think it actually is the biggest deal overall. Like even you, like let's say your name in real life was Bouquets, your name being Bouquets, or you as who you have accumulated and presented as, I don't know if that's the biggest deal if we go in order of everything, right? The fact you're actually alive is really cool. But like that doesn't mean you needed to be Bouquets, or you needed to have like the interest in like this thing or that thing, or like these things that you just were drawn to it. And there's some arbitrary stuff, and there's some conditioning, there's some you know, product of environment, circumstantial things, but really it's just accumulation. So yeah. Think they'll ever get rid of daylight savings time? I hope so. That'd be pretty cool. Consciousness gives us ego from our experiences to survive the harsh reality. Yeah, it's a good way to put it, man. I think it can do well. Like there's good things about that too. There's a simplicity to that is very probably a healthy thing, but there can be like unhealthy aspects to that too. Because if you think of like achieving goals and like, you know, problem solving and all that, you do technically need to have identification and also separation and categorization of things. You need archetypes, you need a lot of different types of roles to play, and you do need a problem in the first place. So you have to create a problem by being in a situation where a problem exists, and then also create roles to solve that problem. Society, you know, and then it actually could help us become more enriched in certain cases through the passageway of ego and in those roles and in those things. But like yeah, you could say that everyone could literally just be like super hippy dippy and meditate constantly, never actually interact with anything other than just being isolated and whatever, and that's even like a better existence. But it's not necessarily either. It's just because we've created a lot of stuff, so we should probably have responsibility for it in some way. And the question is our responsibility for it being met properly, right? In translation with identification and how we like feel this stuff. Hate explaining to your friends about time differences. Oh, for daylight savings, yeah. How bad would one hand any percent hitless be? It would be pretty difficult just considering how hard Godskin Noble was, but because I have the sleeping pots on that run, I could potentially get away with some stuff. If you guys really wanted to see it, I could try it if and only if this goes really well for the rest of it, and then I just feel absolutely just insane at some point, and I just decide to give it a shot. But the thing is, Deathless would probably be even smarter. So it might be the best idea to go for Deathless first and see what's going on after that. That would actually be a pretty good use of a Deathless run, because for me, Deathless on this is you can get it clean enough where you're already closer to like a low hit run anyways, so you might as well just do hitless. All right. So for EG to have +9, I got all this stuff for that. I think 7. Okay, I can go to him or I can go to Roundtable. I think I should probably go to him. Is this Homer Simpson Samurai? It is, yeah. We have to think of another like catchphrase. Instead of do, he has to say something else like Ome washindaru.
Here to put my old...
What is like a expression in Japanese that you use when you screw up? Would you consider using controller with paddles cheating on Elden Ring? Your friend has been on your case about it. No, of course not. Well, actually, you know what, dude? Honestly, like your friend's right. You should probably turn yourself into the county jail right now. Like you're probably gonna do like some serious time for life for that. he's obviously a cop, and he probably has just realized that you broke the first law in the game book, the instruction book. It says don't use paddles. Only it has an image of a regular controller, and you decided to buy an aftermarket one. How dare you? How dare you? And even furthermore, like, he's also your parent too, so he can tell you what to do. That's unfortunate.
Oh, when I'm if you come to I am don't know.
Cheating for using a controller. Well, that's the thing. It's like people are gonna say I'm cheating because I used a weapon that exists in the game. Like, I don't understand how that makes any sense, but we can just pretend it's actually the law and just send everybody to prison. Let's go. It's pretty funny. I think there's going to be someone that prefers different methods, and the paddles actually aren't easier in my opinion for this game. I think they're harder, because what happens is you're using fingers you don't use to play games usually, unless you're playing on a keyboard and you have a weird mouse setup. So if you're using fingers you never use on a controller to play games, how the hell would your coordination be better than the ones that you use all the time? And then the thing that bridges the gap is finding the ergonomics, so you cannot make it an injury, like with straining your hand, right? If you can do that, then technically the fingers you have more coordination with, you'd think you'd be able to learn quicker. That's how I look at it. That's why even though I have controllers that have paddles, I'm not going to use them. They're harder to use. For games with shooting, where you have to aim constantly, and you can't actually, you can't multitask sometimes, but you have to multitask all the time if you want the best bang for your buck, then that's a little bit different. But even control schemes now, with regular controllers on shooters, can still be accounting for all that stuff, and you can find workarounds. It just helps it a little bit more to have that independence of each button, where you don't have to, for example, you click in the R3 to do something, you could just have a separate button, and then your camera doesn't have to be inactive for a second to do something else. You can actually turn and do that thing at the same time. Okay, it's pathway. I guess we're ready. Using 5 fingers is cheating. You never played shooters on controllers? Sounds like hell. I did for a little bit. I did game battles on MW3 with a team that was registered, and then I did just like the built-in tournament system for some of the other games after that, and played a lot of public matches on like the Call of Duty games, Battlefield. Played a little bit of Crisis as well, multiplayer, and it's very difficult using the controller, I'll be honest. Nowadays though, if you play something like Warzone, where people are complaining about aim assist, there is people that will do well with the controller. Before, that was probably not going to be the same story, because the way they balanced all the mechanics and the features and everything. Also, Potastic, thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. What is that in the emote there? Well, that's Solaire, isn't it? I think. Is that Solaire? No, it's just a knight with a panda shield. I want a panda shield. Mayo, thank you for the brand new sub. I appreciate it. For anyone that's coming from Potastic stream, we are trying to beat Elden Ring with one hand. I've beaten the other games except for Demon Souls. So DS 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, and Sekiro, I believe at this point, are all done. And there should be a playlist if you type in !playlist in chat from that list of things that it leads you to. That's just called One-Handed, and they'll have all the other videos. The reason I started this recently is just because I injured my thumb a little bit. Now it's fine. Like, I could probably get away with playing games on it, but it was my nail got ripped off of the skin a little bit. It was hurting, so I was deciding to take it easy and do this. And then we came back to it today. So this is the second day of doing it, and I would imagine it's probably going to take a few more, but we're on Reichard. If you guys from my stream haven't seen Potastic, she was actually one of my teammates along with Nags for the Twitch Rivals tournament. It was really fun. I haven't seen a crazy amount of stuff she's done because I never watched her stream before that, but from what I have seen, there's definitely good Elden Ring gameplay. There's some Dark Souls. There was, I think there was some Resident Evil that you did as well. You did Resident Evil 4. And yeah, I think you're doing a cooking stream too. You did something with cooking as well. Definitely check out Potastic. You saw that on Twitter, what happened? I tried to rip something apart, and then it ripped me apart. That's exactly what happened. Okay, well, I'm going to use the armor on this one. Do the carrion set.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. so the world might be mended.
What up?
I don't even have magic. Wait, do we have the finger seal on this? We probably... Yeah, we do. Okay, wait. It's kind of funny. I can actually just put on Flame Grammy Strength and have a huge advantage here. Does cooking every week on Sunday. Oh, cool. So what kind of stuff do you like to make? Like, is there certain meals that you're trying to learn? Or are you doing stuff that you already know? Bud, thank you for the 30 months, man. Welcome back. What up? Lord Drake, thanks for the good luck, man. Our streamer second tried ONS. That's amazing. That reminds me of, I had a friend that was my moderator, and he played DS1 for the first time without ever seeing anything from it. Like, he had never seen the gameplay, and he first tried ONS. And he wasn't even that good at PvE. He was more of like a multiplayer kind of person, right? I thought that was mind-blowing. So that's really, really good. Congratulations. I know that you cook. I checked. I think you were playing. I was watching the run that you and Gino did, and then I think from there I saw something with your cooking. Because I was on my actual like computer is on one of the other tabs, and I saw your whole profile. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Trying out new recipes with Henry. That's a really good way to learn how to cook, because then it kind of puts the pressure on you, because you have to make it look nice. Everyone in chat's gonna be like, LF rip.
Be granted so the world might be mended.
It's like Bob Ross painting, dude. We all know he painted pictures. We've known this for a while, but everyone's still like, oh, he's ruined. It's ruined. It's like, no, it's not. You know how it turns out. Cooking's even scarier than that. I might actually try it at some point. People have asked me to do a cooking stream before, and I actually I did some cooking for a video for HelloFresh, but I'd love to try just some other recipes, and maybe I could bring the other computer and set that up. It's powerful enough to stream. It's just a matter of like, I'd probably need another monitor or something like that. But yeah, that'd be cool to try. Bob Ross has a Twitch channel. Oh yeah, he does. 100%. I put 27 dexterity instead of 27 strength. Oh my god, dude. I hate everything right now. That's just terrible. That's why it was so... Okay, like, it could have been way easier, man. Oh, man. Respec time. No, yeah, I guess I'll go to Renala and respec. Can do that. I'm gonna kill her later, though. It just sucks because I was gonna do any percent, and then the larval tears and Renala and all that's not even necessary. So I'm gonna have to go there for no reason. Yeah, Bouquet's Homer Simpson, he trained for this before he left The Simpsons, before he left Springfield. I don't know how to lock on here. Oh, there we go. One thing we don't have for this run at all is Golden Vow. I usually grab it, but the guy that died and dropped it, he died and I didn't get it. Didn't grab it from him. which sucks. Ooh, that went over my head. Nice. Okay. Okay, I see. We got the, was that a hitless record? One hand? YouTube shorts, I'm coming for you. 30-second record YouTube short, hitless one hand, instant Oprah. I just want to get on Oprah, to be honest, because I want you guys to be getting gift bags under your seat, and I want to be able to have a say in what's in the gift bags. I want to switch the Toyota Corolla for whatever's in the gift bag, and I want to switch, and I want to put the Corolla under your seat, so everyone gets a Corolla. Because that'd be way better. So every gift bag has a Corolla, and then whatever else is just thrown on the stage. Am I left-handed, or do I prefer using this hand? I prefer using this hand. I think a lot of people that are right-handed would also agree if they tried this after a while. Just because if you start off with your right hand, you'll notice you don't usually use it to move, right? But then you don't have access with the fingers that are more dexterous, like your index and your middle finger, to the buttons, because you'd have to move it, right? Your pinky's not going to have as much dexterity pushing the face buttons. It's probably not going to have as much reach because it's a shorter finger than doing this. So you're going to have to like do this kind of thing. So for me, pinky on the stick where it's like really close to my hand, and then I had all this reach to go over and hit the face buttons with my index finger works really well. But I did try right-handed originally, like when I first did this, and it just was not happening. You get a 93 Corolla, that'd be pretty sick, actually. That'd be an even better gift. There you go. Wait, the guy didn't drop the golden bow ash, or you forgot to pick it up? I forgot to pick it up, so I'm not sure if I can go back and get it later. I did forget to pick it up, though. Also, I'm an absolute maniac, so I'm not even going to level up health because I made such a mistake on the dexterity. I'll do that in the next little while. Okay, we're going to go back to Godric now. Oh, actually, should I get Assassin's Gambit for this? I don't think I need it. Can leave it as an option, but I don't think we need it, though. Yeah, just don't get hit. Just dodge every single arrow from every ballista in Stormveil and make it to tell the tale. How are you using shoulder buttons? So I can, as you can see on the camera, I can reach R1 with my finger and my pinky bent still on the thing over here. So I just bend it and go like that. But when I really want to reach for the other ones, I have to actually put my palm on the controller or kind of like arch over and then grip with like the base of my palm on the bottom of the controller. Hit with the pinky on L2, and then I have to use my index finger on R2 if I want to do the weapon art, for example, on this weapon. We were usually using this attack on Godskin Noble. I couldn't do it that well, though. So you have to hold the button, and then you have to push the other one. So I like have to use my thumb or my palm to grip the one thing, and then arch the index finger all the way over and just manhandle it. And it's not going to work half the time because you'll press other buttons between or it won't be quick enough. So you'll see it turn into a block or a regular attack or even just this. So luckily the weapon we're using now, you actually don't need to hold two buttons at the same time that are, you know, way down here. It's definitely not comfortable. Like I'm not saying that any of this is comfortable at all. It's comfortable for the sake of doing it, but it's not comfortable overall. Definitely not like super nice. But it's like I'm not like hurting or anything. I'm not in pain from doing it. It's just like, oh yeah, this is kind of awkward still. Like it feels abnormal to a degree.
The gates! Open the gates!
Have you considered using the other hand? Dude, I switched to it. And everyone figured out I had 3 arms, and then they just left because they're like, oh, that's kind of cheap. Not to mention the 12-foot pedals under my desk where my feet are just pushing every button and the controller's not even connected, even though you see the inputs, and I've synchronized it in post-production and then time traveled to go back in time to make it look like it's live, even though you guys already witnessed this and then you're brainwashed by the Men in Black. Pretty cool. Each button for each toe, yeah. Comfort's overrated. It can be. It definitely can be. Just regularly playing this game is not the most comfortable thing if you're doing weird stuff, and the run is 4 hours, so I mean, that's, unless you break it up a lot, it's still gonna make your hands feel kind of funny. But that's okay though. That's why you get insurance for the controller. I actually have a place where you pay $10 and you can get a free controller. And then you can keep doing that every single time. So the controller that you just got for $10 is $10 again for the next one. And then you never need to buy another controller for full price ever again in your life. I screwed it up the first time because it was originally $5 per controller. And I didn't take the opportunity because I had the receipt and then I lost it. So, yeah. If this screws it up or my hand gets screwed up too much, I'll just go in there and I'll be like, man, the controller not only didn't work after a year, but like it also crippled my hand, so I'm gonna sue you guys. But I still want the replacement. Asking a health-wise tip: you're doing progressive overload, and you're supposed to, with how you have your mesocycles, you try to do PRs this week. You're gonna try 1 more rep, 225 bench if God wants, but you just got out of a common cold, so you just have a bit of residual phlegm. Should you just take it easy or screw it and go ham? I don't think if you have residual phlegm, it's going to change the strength on your bench at all. Like if you're in the non-contagious phase of a regular cold, like I worked out actually recently with the same situation. I was still coughing up some stuff, and you know, I could still feel like the cold had gone from like my head to my chest more, but I didn't feel sick anymore. It was just like I would have a cough, there'd be mucus. So it was fine. It's just a matter of your energy, and like you don't want to tax your nervous system. So if you're just going for a bench to add 1 more rep, I don't think that's going to even be enough to get you that tired. It's just going to be like mechanically fatiguing on that movement. If you did like multiple sets and then you did other exercises, a lot of compounds, and you worked out for an hour and you pushed every single thing to failure, you might not want to do that. But if you just are doing the extra rep, that's fine. How do you not get bored from playing the same game again? I have a condition mentally, so I don't know what it's called yet, but there's a mental condition for it, where you do things and you do them much more than anyone does them. You really do them. You really are about that. I'm very about certain things. And there's more things than just this that are like that, it's been like that since I was born, so this is one of those things, and unfortunately we're not even close to scratching the surface, so we gotta catch up to everyone else. But we are just very about it. Simplest answer: if I like something, I really, really like it. It's not just a simple, oh, because I don't really indulge in things that are just kind of mediocre. I like what I like, and I really go hard on it.
Dragon.
So the same thing for games. Movies are kind of like that too. I mean, if there's someone else that wants to watch a movie and they're like, hey, I have a suggestion, it was really shitty, that's fine. Doesn't matter, you know, it's gonna happen. But if I'm like picking a movie myself, I'll just refrain from watching stuff altogether, just because like there's not many movies I'll want to watch by myself that are even out. And then if, you know, maybe something comes out and it's really good, like there was a Spider-Man movie, it was the second one with Tom Holland. I was really excited for it. I went to go see it in theaters by myself because I just could not wait for other people to be free. I needed to go see it myself, so I went and watched it alone. Same thing with Candyman. I was really excited for Candyman. It wasn't a good movie, unfortunately, but I was so excited that I went by myself because I'm just like, I don't want to wait for other people to see this. So certain things I'll just really be about. That's it. you know, certain music stuff. I learned a song and I really like the song's going to be recorded if, you know, if I'm alive to make it, but I might not take a break for a long time, and I might, you know, dehydrate myself or have a back problem from sitting for too long. That's just how I do stuff. I've gotten better at that stuff. I've gotten better with balance, but I'm not a very balanced individual. Movies alone are great. They actually are really awesome, man. I think that there's a ton of things that people can do alone that are really cool, that are more so common, but the movies are not as common. And that's a really nice one. If there's a really exciting movie you want to watch it in the theaters, go see it by yourself. Don't worry about needing someone to go with. Even food, like if there's a restaurant you want to try, there's something that like you wanted to go, like an activity you want to go do, just whatever. Didn't Jordan Peele direct Candyman? He did. And I liked Us. I also like Get Out, but I particularly Candyman and what was the other one, the most recent one? Nope. Both of those, they weren't really as good. Like Nope was kind of cool. Like it was cool. Like there was a lot of things that he did in that movie that were interesting with how he filmed it and everything. It's just I don't really think that the twist to the movie was really that great. I don't know. I won't spoil it for anybody.
I am the Lord of all that is golden.
ADHD gang rise up. That's another thing too. I do have adult ADHD, so basically, I mean, you can say ADD. They say HD is just required now. You can't have ADD anymore. It has to be both or whatever. I don't know how to put it, but yeah, like that definitely affects certain things with hyperfocus. So, like time itself as a concept's not relevant if there's something that's cool enough. It's just it just has to be exactly how it has to be, or it's just I'm gonna just die. Okay. Altus to go to Draconic and then go to Morgat. How many Elden Ring runs have I done? I did a speedrun record on any percent on patch 103, I believe. There was a any percent hitless, a randomizer, and then we did a bunch of tournaments for different events. We did the two Intel events, and then Twitch Rivals, as well as I did some PvP as well, just for fun. That's most of what I've done on it, and then the first playthrough. But a lot of it's just been the events in the first playthrough. I started All Remembrances, which is a bigger hitless run. It's like all the major stuff. So completing everything that would be part of the main story. Haven't finished that yet. Nope's monkey scene was the only thing that made you feel like a type of something. It made you feel a type of something. Have I tried Damageless yet? So Damageless in this game, if you wanted to actually do it, you would need to use a glitch in the very, very beginning. If it was like super, super authentic in the case of how I usually do it. Now, Sekiro Shadow, he did one, but he doesn't count the beginning damage as damage. That's fine. Every damage one I did, there's no such thing as damage. It's just you do whatever you have to do, and you don't. Even scripted deaths, you have to skip them. So basically, I decided I would do a zip, and I would use version 1.0 or 1.01. But I haven't tried that yet, though. It's going to be in the future that I try that. And that would be kind of like a meme run. I don't think anybody would ever take it super seriously, because if I use a zip, they'll be like, well, you could have zipped the whole entire thing, so technically that one zip doesn't matter. It's just a completely different thing then, right? But I'd have to do this thing where I slingshot out of the beginning, like the very first door you open, all the way to where we just were with Godric. And then where it puts you is inside the building, so you have to actually go backwards outside of that and then run to the beginning again, just past the part that you zipped out of, and then start the game. But you would most likely start without Torrent, and then there might be some things that you can't get that are a little bit complicated. You remember you played DBD with Ots? Do you still play? I haven't played DBD in a little bit. I will come back to it though, 100%, dude. DBD is really fun. And I think that with how, like where I got to, I don't think I've lost the skill of playing it. It's just there's players that I'm going to get connected with after the matchmaking rank goes up from a few wins, and they're going to probably have like thousands of hours. So I need to get a little bit more used to playing against those players. I'm very decent against the players that have hundreds of hours. How many bosses did you beat already on this? We got Margit, Noble, and Rykard. And Godric as well, so 4. DBD killer. Yeah, I played survival I think twice, and it was literally just as a lesson to be able to learn the counter perspective of the killer, because Otz was teaching me how to think like a survivor and then basically mind game the survivor from the killer perspective after having that experience. Yeah, if I ever went back and I did just Survivor alone, it would be very, very weird. Go somewhere you've never been, listen to someone you might think you have nothing in common with, order steak rare, be open to a world where you might not understand or agree with the person next to you. Wait, this is too epic. I need to actually reread that in the motivational voice. You gotta succeed as bad as you want to breathe guy. Was his name Eric Jones? All right, wait. Let me get to the safe spot, and then we're gonna really make this a motivational moment here. Does my controller ever drift? So stick drift is pretty common, but like to the tiniest degree. But I haven't noticed anything wrong with this one. It's probably not perfect. Like if I push W, it's pretty good, but you'd really only know if you were doing lineups on things that are exactly straightforward. So if I did Irithel skip on DS3, you'll know how bad the actual factory like stick is from just out of the box. So I'd get a new controller sometimes, and it wouldn't be perfectly centered just based on how controllers are. This one's really good though. It's very good compared to some of the older ones I've had. It's also a little newer though. I haven't used it as much. But eventually what happens is if you get the stick drift where it's noticeable enough, but it's not like the controller's broken, you can use a tool called Durazno. Or you can actually go on Steam and account for the position of the stick being off, and it'll counter it. So you can realign the axis and just make it straightforward again. Okay, here we go. Chat, this is the most important conversation we've ever had.
Go somewhere you've never been. Listen to someone you may think you have nothing in common with, because you might. Order that steak rare. I want to see that bleed.
Be open to a world where you may not understand or agree with the person next to you, but have a drink with them anyways.
Eat slowly. Savor that.
Tip your server. 10%'s not enough.
Unless it's a Tuesday.
Check in on your friends. Check in on yourself.
That's quite a wholesome statement that we just turned into some motivation there. Yeah. Proceeds to go Andrew Tate and Ben Shapiro pipeline. If Ben Shapiro said that, you probably wouldn't survive. Like you wouldn't make it. You'd have to have body armor. His words would be too sharp. Probably cut you off. Ever thought of doing Sekiro one hand if you haven't already? I have actually. It's on the playlist. Exclamation point playlist. Ooh. Okay, we got America's statue on this part. The muscles in the back of your hand are getting sympathy pains watching. VR had a massive dead zone, so drift isn't that much of an issue. Oh, okay, I see. It was really bad in DS3. So Antrax, have a good rest of your evening, man. Thank you for hanging out. Also, enjoy your time with your family too. That sounds nice. Did anybody do anything cool today or this weekend to celebrate Easter or just in general? The lock on here is good. I shouldn't have done the R2. The R1. Okay, I'm gonna have to actually hit him with the full weapon art. Oh. Played Pokemon for Easter. Which Pokemon did you play? You had dim sum with your parents. That sounds pretty cool. You have to blow up 2 melons today shooting, rolling? Dude, that's sick. What were you shooting? A ROM hack called Unbound. Oh, it's not even like one of the originals. What's it based on? Like what generation? Pack of fire red. Ooh, nice. So the damage on this is not great. Ooh. Okay, that's good. Beautiful. Will I do all bosses for Elden Ring for this run? What we're gonna try to go for right away is any %. Just the mandatory stuff. After that, maybe. Because I can't remember 100%, but my brain is just popping images up of me doing this on Bloodborne, and I think I did Orphan and Lawrence and Ludwig in the DLC. I can't say for sure, though. It could have been something else. I thought I actually did it level 4 at the same time as well. It might have been a different run. But it's on the playlist, so like the other ones that are on there, if I actually did do any of them like everything, it'd probably be the older ones. This is just way harder than that. That's why I'm not even doing level 1 on this right now. I need to get better at that as a thing too. We haven't even done a level 1 hitless run, so that's a whole nother thing. Probably should do the any % for that first and get used to some sort of build that's current with this patch on it. You wish that item had the cool effects against normal enemies. Does his axe not have the lightning? Shot 223 in the backyard. Got a knockout though. Training shift. Training is day shift. Oh wait, sorry, you're training people for something tomorrow? Training is day shift. That might be a secret code actually. Rolling, have a good sleep, man. Would you ever do a full clear run where you kill everything on the map or in Limgrave without anything respawning? So basically you have to do one sequence where you don't rest or have a checkpoint that resets things to the furthest extent that you can per area. Is that what you mean? Like until it makes you, basically? That actually could be pretty cool. Like I wouldn't necessarily want to do it just based on like how big it is, but if it was something where maybe the DLC, for example, like a smaller area, I don't know. That would be an interesting competition too. Like a race to see who could actually complete the most kills without actually hitting a checkpoint to respawn anything. As a single challenge though, like there's people that do that kind of stuff. There's someone doing a full clear hit list of DS3, but it's just,
for bringing me to
it's a little bit tedious, right?
Here and thus I shall
and then even in that original person that requested to see it, like they might even realize after seeing a lot of it that they don't even think it's as interesting as it was anymore, because the idea was cool, but then once you actually do it, it's like, oh, that's really, really tedious. Whereas this, it has a fluidity to it where you don't have to necessarily have redundancy in the actual run itself. Obviously you have to, if you're doing something with like a specification such as doing it perfectly, then yeah, you'd want to reset it, but you don't have like a ridiculous amount of sticking points while doing it that are just because you have to despawn everything. And I'm very much so not a completionist. I'm more of like just a very intentional, I do like things that are just specific more than oh, I have to complete 100% because that's important. So, for the achievements even, I probably will never have all the achievements on this on purpose. But I could say that playing the game the way I wanted to on the way to getting them would be really fun. And maybe I will get them just by accident, but I don't have the interest in just like the collect-a-thon or like the achievement hunting stuff unless I can apply it. So for PvP, I wanted to collect all the items for that, then yeah, that would be really cool. So I can use them then, right? Gino is running level 1, all bosses, no upgrading and no hit. He did that on DS3. That's a crazy run, man. Oh man, Demon Prince is on DS3 and Gale, I remember watching him do that. Sorry, you were saying you had a new job, you're still in the training. Okay, good luck on your training tomorrow. Also dark. What's going on, man? This run is a content machine, to be honest, for TikToks and shorts. If only that was something that was appealing, dude. Oh, man. Well, we should probably see if TikTok should even get shut down first, right? It's crazy what you can do with level 1 in this game. I don't even know the beginning of it, because when we were playing level 1, it was just the weapon that you get. And then you get the Serpent's Hunter like this, and you can parry Millennia with the buckler. Suzerix, you watched my original run? Which one was it? Oh, the first playthrough. Okay, cool. Thank you for watching the whole thing. Wait, you watched every part of it? Or just like some? There's some people that told me they did see the whole thing, and I can't imagine how you would do that at all. I'm not even expecting anyone to. Like, I actually would implore you to not watch the whole thing just because it's so long that that's a lot of stuff. I mean, if you chipped away at it forever, that's still a lot of stuff. It's only 20 videos though. Yeah, it's only like 250 million hours. It's no, I think it's like it's probably in real time closer to 100 in something, but yeah, it's really cool that you watched that. Thanks, man. It was a fun time. Just there was a lot of stuff where now it probably looks funny because we had no idea what was going on. Envoy Horn, two hand. Envoy Horn is the one where you can play the songs, right? Watched a lot of the YouTube videos. I appreciate them, and like anyone that does watch anything at this point, like if you haven't seen it already, especially too, that's really cool. Because I have not made a lot of videos actually. I've made I think I've made the lowest amount of videos on YouTube for my channel in comparison to like everyone on the leaderboard around my channel ranking. Like I think I have the least videos made, so that's could have probably made like 1,000 by now. But and I have enough content that I haven't actually made a video out of that could be actually getting us close to that. But out of the stuff that is there, like any criticism, feedback in general, good or bad, is always appreciated. But again, if there's anything that you think could improve, always criticize constructively. Because there is one person that said something that was really cool, and people were trying to like shit on him because like they thought he was like hating, but it was actually like a really good statement. It was that they liked the scripted videos, but they wanted to see off the cuff discussion as well, but in like a format that is intentional. And not just something that would be like one of these runs. Ooh, stagger. Okay, so my prediction was right. We're gonna power through to halfway. We're probably gonna actually reach. If we get Morgoth, we'll reach end game today. Fire Giant, I have no idea. I can't promise anything on that because the setup for it won't be enough damage unless I can respec before it. I think I could probably hang with Morgoth phase 2 if we don't get him really quickly right now, but Fire Giant, I'm not sure. So that'll be. Oh, I guess no, we can't eat. We have to do duo first too, right? No. Wait, no. That's the other way around. Duos after Fire Giant. Did I make a hitless guide for Elden Ring? I was actually gonna use the All Remembrance run to make the hitless guide because it has the most updated things I know on it. And also, I've already had a lot of the stuff made for it. It's just a matter of completing the full run so I can have a play-by-play where it's just like a commentary of the whole thing. And then I have in-depth references that you can refer to, and they can be timestamped and they can also be linked and everything where you actually get a bigger explanation on each thing that happens that wouldn't be possible within the full run because I'd have to pause so much. That's what I used to do. I would try to explain everything all at once, and then I'd pause sometimes or repeat certain things, slow them down. It would be easier to have it where you have both things, right? So there is actually quite a few guides already made that you haven't seen yet at all. My editor has them on his computer. We're waiting till I get the All Remembrances to have everything together. He also got sick though too, so I don't think he made the last handful of them, but he has everything he needs to for that kind of stuff. I think the last that we got to was closer to the end of the main game. These little marshmallow guys drop them, the Envoy horn? Okay. Envoy. Need to learn how to say that. Envoy. Majora, what's up? You ran the narration through Chat GPT for a sample guide. Wait, what does that mean? Why are you confused?
Let strength be granted so the
Put
world
these
might be mended.
foolish ambitions to rest.
Good RNG, not
World
good
might
placement.
be mended.
Haven't caught a stream in a while. Good to see you again.
Hugh, thank you for the 40 months. Welcome back, man. See, we have one of the meme names back. I think it's like the trio. We got Hugh J, Mike H, and I guess Sugma would be like another one, maybe. Or Ligma or something like that. I haven't seen Mike H in a while though. Hugh J, Hugh Jass, and Mike Hawk. I'm not gonna go into the other ones. Well, I guess Sugma Balls. Sugma Balls would be another one. We had like quite a few people that had like the array of every name you could get caught saying, and then you'd be like, oh wait, but I would never fall for it though. It was always so good. There was only one that I ever fell through or fell for that I can remember, and everyone was like loving it just because I don't usually do that. Nice.
Seek to thy very soul.
Barry McCuck. That's a pretty good one. I don't know if I've heard that before. You swear it was my run and you asked AI to simplify the instructions? Sorry, so you're saying a hitless guide for Elden Ring I made and it is... Okay, do you mean like a individual part of the game? Like the one I did for Noble? Or Margit? Or do you mean like a full run? Because I had a couple small ones released just to show people like that format and see if they liked it, and then we started to make a bunch of them to go along with the full run. But those other ones never got uploaded because, again, it's going to be a little bit until we get the full run, obviously. So it'd be kind of weird without the reference of the full thing. And the two that you saw, they'd be put back into one single video instead of individual ones.
Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
Ooh, nice grab.
May the curse seep
That was spicy.
to thy very soul.
Did anyone hit you with the ice? Oh, ice was one of the first ones way back in the day before Hugh. Hugh was the second one, and then Mike was the third. And then I think the Ligma and Sugma was after that. Did I see Biotic Nova playing 2 games of Elden Ring with 2 controllers, 1 each hand? I've never seen that before. That's crazy. That reminds me of the run I tried to do, but like it's a more sane version. But that's sick, dude. There was one I was trying to do where it was 2 games, but only controlled by 1 controller, so that all the variables that were random they'd have to be accounted for simultaneously, basically. So you'd have to like split your eyeballs in half. That seems more realistic, like doing the 1 controller each. Like the problem with the other one, the other idea I mentioned is just that it wouldn't be possible to do 2 instances of the thing unless I emulated another instance of the computer within it and then relaunched the whole all of Steam twice, right? It wouldn't be able to surface both windows in priority either. One would take priority over the other. I even used software to try to force it, and it wouldn't allow simultaneous priority. And then I tried console with PC simultaneously captured, and then delayed the PC to match up with the video and everything like that, and it just wasn't the same, unfortunately. But I saw someone doing I think it was 4 instances of Mega Man or something like that with 1 controller.
Thy part in this shall not be forgiven. May the
Nice.
curse seep to thy very soul.
Commending the boss for a grab is very Canadian. Yeah, I guess so. That's true. Did you see the chick that beat Elden Ring playing on DDR dance pad? There's been so many people that have done the dance pad run. If you're meaning the level 1 run, that was Mika. That was pretty cool. I remember watching Radagon and wondering how that character setup would even be able to beat it with the hammer and everything. But yeah, I've seen I've seen a lot of the dance pad runs. The guy that did the first one ever, he actually gave me some advice on. He's like, buy 2 of them. He's like, because one might break. Apparently, he broke a dance pad. So it made me kind of apprehensive of even trying it, because I'm like, if I get this and it's secondhand, because you can't find new ones anymore unless you're going to spend a fortune, obviously. It could break, and then that sucks. Unless it's already something you own and you know it's in pretty good shape still, but just being able to test it and then it working doesn't really tell you if it's going to go really soon, right? So.
My curse, such shedding I cannot bear. Thy may curse seep to thy very soul.
Should do 2 people with 1 controller. So I've done 4-player, 1 controller, deathless. That was that was a while ago. So there's that's on the YouTube, and then I've done plenty of 2-player, 1 controller. I've done some races as well. We did like Team Canada versus Team US. It's pretty funny. That's actually how we got the 4-player deathless after, because we got a bit of practice before. But I wanted to do 8 players with a button each, where they all stand with 1 big red button, and it's soldered onto a board for a controller that does all the controls, and then everyone has to basically make a language that they communicate with, and we just do call outs for 8 people. That'd be really fun. If that is possible, then, and there's the volunteers, maybe one day. The problem is you need some people that just know their stuff really well by default, and then that's not even enough sometimes. It's a good start, but it's not necessarily a guarantee.
These foolish ambitions to
was that Cheese? We did the 4-player with it was Cheese, Luke, and Colby. Stop whispering at me when I'm trying to dodge your shit. I know, it's so funny. The bosses are just like having a conversation. They're like, silly tarnished. You can't even have a conversation while trying to fight for your life against all odds while I'm using a magic weapon and using all the power of darkness and tomfoolery. Wow. Oh, we have another talisman slot here. Okay, cool. That would have actually helped, because the damage on the weapon art would be more.
I sometimes like to play game with buffs because I have them and it works really good. Thank.
Yeah, we got to win with the power of God in anime. You're right. That's actually a really good reminder. Oh. There we go. Yes. And one more of these.
Put these foolish ambitions to rest.
Was that a G.I. Joe reference? Not at all. I wasn't referring to anything. I actually was thinking of My Name's Jeffy, I Like Apples. And then like the backwards lady commercial. Or the one that just doesn't actually say anything. It just is kind of a loop of doing more so look like. Maybe that's what I need, actually. I just don't want to get copywritten, dude. See, I don't even know if that counts as like it has a copyright to it, like that lady just saying that. It is so difficult to get in that spot there. One thing I can do to also just improve this a lot. Let's chug the blue again. And then get the riposte. And then do one more of these. And then do another one. Oh, I'm gonna die. Don't. No. 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 Bad. Bad Margit. Bad Margit. Bad Margit. There we go.
Stained by my curse.
All right, guys, we made it to Fire Giant, kind of. That's pretty damn cool. This was the most successful day of doing this. This is the second day of doing this run with one hand. Like I said at the beginning of the stream today, I'm kind of tired. So apologies if we were goofing up a little bit more than normal. I probably could have gotten Noble a bit sooner. I really tried hard on that last attempt and it worked really well. But I'm glad we made it more than halfway through the whole thing. So there is a huge chance we actually could do all the content after we complete any %, and I'll just add that on as a separate thing. We'll just split up into 2 different videos, I guess. If you guys have any requests for like weird runs like this that you'd want to see as well after we're done this, I have some things planned, but I can always take suggestions and let you know what I think. I have a lot of different controllers to play the game with. I have a racing wheel. I was going to do an arcade stick run with my feet, and I was also going to use the Guitar Hero guitar as well at some point. And then maybe a real guitar if I can use the thing that Lobos had for his original, I think it was the Dark Souls 3 with guitar. So, yeah, I could play Sudoku. I could do like the taxes. I could do like I could make like a paper mache, or no, sorry, origami. I guess I could do arts and crafts as well. We could be like Art Attack. I could have a whole nother channel where I have just one hand building something on the desk that's with a separate camera. And then I'll just post audio everything. Like I just basically put in the script after that I record. But imagine that might be an actual cool thing to do, man. If I could figure out how to build something with one hand while also paying attention to this and talking to you guys, we get 2 for the price of 1. Oh my God. Yo, what's up everybody? We are back with another one-handed run episode. Man, I'm just thinking of Fire Giant right now. I'm freaking out. I don't even know how to... I don't even know what. I'm just going to do it. I have no idea. Northhold, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back, man. It's good to see you again. Yeah, the playlist that we were just listening to, it's right there. And this one that's playing right now is right here. Anyone has any questions of what the rules are for this whole setup? This whole process, if you haven't seen it before, let me know. We're at about 5 hours, 25 minutes in-game time for this one, which is really good, actually. Under 10 hours, so this is great. I think we actually clocked more than that for some of them.
So the world might be mended.
The previous games we tried, so...
Who put you up to this?
Just killed Morgot. And why is there no grace site? Oh, it must have put me before it popped up. Anyways, how's everybody's day going? Skirim, what's up, dude? Rolling, welcome back, dude. How did the training go? Poner, what's up? Who put you up to this trailer? Thanks for the 20 months once again. I put myself up to it, dude. I've done this kind of run on DS 1, 2, 3, Sekiro, and Bloodborne. So I was like, why not do it on this too? And then we got to get Demon Souls right after. So when I get the PS5 back. This has already started? Yeah, so I'm almost done 90%. I've almost beat the game. We got to do, I think, 1, 2...
Hello again, old friend.
I think there's 5 more fights in total if you count the back-to-back one.
You were prevented the thorn, a husk, the only way to and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame then and guide.
You wanted to go to bed, but oh well. Here you are. Long time since you've been here. Rip, what's up, man?
Shall I
what were we doing the last time you were here?
Share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions.
One really funny thing also, if you didn't notice yesterday, we leveled dexterity when I wasn't supposed to at all. So I have a huge disadvantage when it comes to that. I need to respec still. if I do respec, I have to play extra content. So what I'm going to try to do is make it to the end, and if it's too difficult, then I will do some extra stuff. Whether that happens within today or tomorrow, vice versa. And also, someone was saying this looks painful for the hand. I'll be 100% with you guys after having used my hands for other stuff, and just this, you know, like music, other games, just the regular run that we were doing the other day, getting used to doing these things again. It actually did hurt a little bit, but it wasn't like my fingers. It was more so like this part of my hand. So that actually happened. You guys were right. Do I record any music, Cystic? If you type in ! Playlists, there is a music playlist, and you can see the music I've played that is recorded there that I've shared. A lot of it's covers. There's a couple adaptations of game music, and there's some people that have heard my original stuff. I've never really shared it before. I'm pretty big on just kind of deconstructing it and then like using things to make new songs. So there's very few people that have heard my actual like original music. But I've gotten good feedback, if that makes anyone feel better. Not to brag, but people said it was good. I don't agree. I think it's okay, but yeah, the stuff that's actually been recorded is there. Why'd the controller disconnect? What happened? Love to hear the original stuff. maybe we'll do a deep dive on the original stuff, and I can just like laugh at myself. I mean, okay, to be fair, there was one stream I put on an original song as the intro to see if anybody noticed, and no one said anything about it. And then I told you guys after that it was my music, and then there's a couple people that were like, oh, okay, I thought it might have been yours, but I wasn't sure if they were just saying that because. So there was actually one time I played an original song, like when we were starting to go live. And it had, I think it was 2 guitars, and I had programmed drums with a little bit of effects and all that. It was okay. It was about like 2 minutes, 30 seconds. You record a little bit of music, but you also don't share it? Yeah, for me, I think that it doesn't really matter. Like, I've kind of made the conclusion that if people like my music, I don't care. Like, I kind of just want to like it myself.
Any advice on quitting smoking / chemical dependency? Nicotine ain't no joke, spill dead.
Halicious, thank you for the 23 months, man. I appreciate that. Honestly, I've never had a nicotine addiction, so I can't relate in that way. But in terms of just habits, like the psychology of it, I think the more you attempt to quit, that's what I've learned from other people. The more you attempt to quit, the better chances you are going to have of actually quitting. Because if you're not attempting at all, there's never going to be anything that changes. So trying to make the changes is the most important thing with like a physical dependency, such as like cigarettes. The problem is it's not going to work right away necessarily. So some people might be able to just drop it, but others won't have that same, I guess, luxury. Not that it's easy at all, but my uncle, he smoked for I think 16 plus years, and then he just quit all of a sudden, and he actually stuck with it. I think he had tried before, but he hadn't tried that many times. And then one time he just stopped and completely stopped altogether. And I think he was doing at least a pack a day or more. So like, it's really hard to tell. I have friends, like half my friends smoked cigarettes when I was growing up. Some of them got worse, others stayed the same. None of them ever quit as far as I can remember.
To have shared 5 months with you.
But when it comes to your lifestyle surrounding that, I can give you advice if you. The problem is it would probably tie into the stuff that I do for the. If you type in the exclamation point lifestyle, I do the fitness and nutrition plans for people that are custom. That kind of stuff will impact how you psychologically behave and stuff like that. Maybe addictions on that level, but it probably won't change the physical addiction. So if at any point those things seem interesting and you think that it would help that thing, you can always hit me up for that, but I can't guarantee it would actually do anything beyond. No. I'll come back for that. I wanted the scarab so I could get the upgrade material. Yeah, the reason I'm saying that, Halicious, is there was someone that actually asked me, they were trying to perform better at some sort of sport, and they said they don't need physical or I guess nutrition coaching, but they wanted mindset coaching because of like the competitions I've done before, the tournaments, and just the competitive stuff. So like if anybody wants advice on that, I might try. might attempt it at some point, but at the same time, I don't want to guarantee it's going to do anything. I just think that mindset can also tie into a lot of the other stuff with your overall health, and how you like your behaviors and stuff. Develop a Pavlovian response and make yourself terrified of smoking. That's actually a really good way too. So okay, think about it this way. Imagine, I'm not sure if you have a family right now, but imagine either your family right now or you do have a family in the future, you know, children or whatever, and like how it would be feeling from their perspective if they lost you because you smoke. I know it's pretty brutal, but like that kind of visualization might actually help you like sort of instill some of the gravity of it, because you might be fine right now, but we both know though that it can't be possible that you are more fine than you would be if you didn't do that. And inevitably it could be a lot worse than you actually could predict. So we don't know how much that sliding scale goes, how far it goes in either direction, but we don't know, we know you can't be better doing it. So if it has to be at least, let's say 25 to 30% worse, but it could be 100% worse, you're playing with a dangerous range of variables there. And then you'd have to account for a lot of other things to offset a lot of those problems. So the odds that you're playing with might scare you a bit. And then also just the reality of if you had children. And also if you had aspirations to live, you know, through that and be in a condition or a situation to be able to be optimal for it. So that might help. I'm not sure if it would, but the scaring yourself thing is really good in some ways. How do you see push-ups, abs, and some cardio for belly fat burning? I think that all that stuff is really good for like getting overall fat burn. Obviously you do cardio too. It's just a matter of like, you can't think of it as that if you picked up a heavy object that you lose fat, right? Your diet's actually going to dictate that a lot more. But if you elicit an anabolic response, you're going to burn a higher amount of fat because the hormone upregulation and just the overall demand of the new tissue growing, if you successfully synthesize it, it will actually elicit a higher energy expenditure. So you will burn more fat with a higher resting rate of contractile tissue on your body. So like, let's say we think of like gym, and gym puts on 5 pounds of lean muscle. That 5 pounds of lean muscle will burn the fat way quicker than it was without the 5 pounds of lean muscle on him, because there's a higher demand for energy for his body. And if he maintains the macros or the protein and the, you know, the carbs, fats, whatever you need to balance for nutrition, and the calories are okay, then it's just going to elicit a higher amount of demand, right? So you're not getting fat burning or spot reduction necessarily while doing the exercise. You're just, if you can successfully put on the actual tissue itself, then the tissue will burn the more fat after, but the anabolic response from upregulating your testosterone, for example, will probably increase your fat burn. And then your diet is going to be even more important. So if you didn't even do any of that stuff, even if you just ate differently, that would be the quickest way to do what you're trying to say to do. So your way of thinking of it is really good, but it isn't actually the quickest way overall. It could be like the best combined with attention to like what you're eating. And then when it comes to like gut distension, like bloating, all that stuff, like the actual like internal organs and the way they sit can be different depending on like your pelvic like muscle strength, anatomy when it comes to bone structure, as well as like your abdominance, all that kind of stuff. So if it's a bloating situation, if it's something where it's like not actual like fat cells, there's things you can do for that. There's stress that affects you know, obviously cortisol, which will upregulate fat storage and all that. So try to not be as stressed, and eat well, and just do the things you just said you wanted to do. But diet is definitely the quickest way. Like diet's the quickest way overall to lose like a weight overall, with no matter what it is, either water, muscle tissue, and also fat. You probably don't want to lose the muscle tissue though. And you don't want to lose too much water if you want to be relatively strong, but yeah. Gym, diet, cardio. If you do all three, then you're basically just, it's gonna be super simple. Especially if you do them right, it will be almost twice as fast probably. So, but I think that if you wanted the quickest thing that's the simplest, it's first the diet. That's what you're trying. 40 pounds is the goal to shed. Jory, I hope you achieve it. Let me know how it goes as well. Would I believe you if you said you kept a bag of chips on your bed basically all the time? I have a friend actually, and she eats meals in her bed, and it gives me anxiety thinking of someone eating food while laying down in an actual bed. Especially with like the material that the bed's made of, and just the fact that like the things, like I just can't imagine that. That actually frightens me a lot. So you don't even bother me by saying that at all. I've definitely had to hear worse things. That's like a lot more normal overall. Gunky, thanks for the host. I appreciate it. How was your stream? Also, Tools, welcome back, man. Also, dude, can you hit me up on Discord? Just say reminder. I have something I gotta ask you, like a favor I wanted to ask, and you can totally say no, but it would be like super appreciated and important, and it would take like 30 seconds. But I might forget to hit you up tonight about it. So just if you can ping me, I'll message you tonight. Now or later. You can. I don't have to ask you it now. It's more of just like I can talk about it in Discord. I just wanted you to send me a message, just saying reminder, and then I can 100% not forget, just because I didn't write it down. Finished chapter 9 of RE4. Oh, that's awesome. I was gonna actually play that towards the end of the stream today, but we started a bit late again. Had some plans that were decided to be 2 hours later than I thought they were going to be originally, but they were kind of important because one of the people literally, it was their last day here and they weren't able to be around, unfortunately, for another like month or something like that. So it's really important, and a lot of delays happened, so that was something. And then yeah, so everything's shifted overall. So I'll probably do like a 2.5 hour stream today. That should be enough to finish up a lot of this though. Am I allowed to swap hands on this? No. Not that it would really matter. I mean, like I could try to do that, but in terms of using it as a strategy to not get as tired, I don't think that'd be fair. I think part of the challenge is that you have to have the endurance to do it. It's really good. You'd recommend it if you haven't beaten it in a while. So actually, I've never played Resident Evil 4 until recently. I just started to play through, like, I think it was like 3 or 4 days ago, and we got to chapter 3. Seems painful. So actually, it's not painful at all. Like during it, it feels really good. It feels better than playing regularly, except for when I was on Godskin Noble. Everything else has been better though. It's when I woke up today, my the tendons in the this part of my hand were a little bit sore. And it's probably because some of the movements I'm doing are not normal. It's like if you were to do like a grip, like instead of the concentric, you did an eccentric grip exercise, like you would feel weird things in the back of your hand that you wouldn't feel if you were doing the other one. So it's like the alternate of what I would usually be doing, because I'd be gripping like this rather than like that. Same thing happened when I started playing keyboard and mouse, like DBD and all that. Carpal tunnel. No, it's not like a wrist thing. It's not the tendons in the wrist. It's just like I could feel like I got a workout in my hand. It was like the feeling of just you work the tendons quite a bit. Maybe even the muscle. I don't even know. But it wasn't like bad, like, oh, that's scary. It was like a sensation that was there and then it went away. So Tony, what's up, man? I might have said hi to you twice, but you're so groovy. I had to say hi twice. And Halicious, dude, good luck with the journey that you're trying to take with the quitting the smoking and everything. You need any reminders? If there's anything we can do overall as a community to like help you, if you're here next time and you want just some sort of support, let me know what we can do. And I wish you the best of luck, man. And remember, again, if you don't succeed the first time, if you keep trying with like just a bit more tenacity, you'll probably get it. You'll most likely do it. But you have to believe you're going to end up there too every time you actually do try to quit. And pay attention to like what's making you come back. If you actually get on a streak that's pretty good when it comes to not having the behavior psychologically, like the physical addiction still there, but the psychological addiction is at bay. As soon as the psychology slips, try to figure out exactly what you're thinking of, or what happened, or how you feel, like your emotional state and all that. So I mean, I'm sure you can already identify triggers that make you want a cigarette. So maybe pay attention to the triggers that make you go back if you succeed for a little bit. There's people that actually did quit in this community, and they told me that that was something that helped them. Okay, this is going to be interesting. So Fire Giant with no Golden Vow. And Windows Update trying to turn the computer off. That's not good. I'm actually really worried. Windows has been updating way too much lately. This is not normal. You can't have updates every week. It's not a thing. Yeah, reschedule it. We're good. 3 talisman slots. I do have 3 talisman slots, yeah. I don't know if I can get a 4th. I think I have to wait until... Oh, wait, you know what? I don't know if it's like right after this part. Wait, let me actually check. I could potentially get a 4th. Scareless, welcome back. Jim, it's going pretty good. How are you, man? If you had the goal of shedding 40 pounds, and how much time do you think you'd achieve that? I can lose 40 pounds in a month. Like, I could lose more than that in a month, to be honest. But the thing is, like, it depends on how you want to achieve it. I lost 30 while feeling great, like mentally and physically, when I was a little fluffier, and then I went on to my keto diet with pretty high calories and still lifted and everything like that. And then like the second time I did it, I don't know, I didn't even actually like weigh myself at all. I recomped, and it was pretty simple. It's just like, for me, it's not really like a matter of like how much. It's more of like, what are the downsides from going too aggressively? And then what are the downsides from not doing enough, right? So the sweet spot of getting what you need and then not compromising other systems in the body. In a month, that's teach me senpai level. Yeah, but the problem is though, you're looking for a fix because you want the fix. You need to look for what is the mentality that makes me equipped with tools so that I never need to even get to a point where I wonder what the fix is for anything. I can just do it, right? So like with that subject, if the more you inform yourself on it, the more you practice certain things, like you'll just have like an array of things you can just, it's like painting a picture. You'll have different paint colors. Like right now you're trying to ask me like, how do I even find the paintbrush? But it's like, you should just try to build the array of colors so you can just paint whatever picture you want. So I think it's kind of dangerous. Like if it was for someone that just really wanted that goal to be told, hey, this is how you lose this much weight in this much time, without having the background understanding of what that even means and how that works. Because you might, you might achieve it, but then how do you sustain that? And then also, what is your actual purpose of doing this? What's your goal with it? And how does that actually affect those things? Because you probably want to make it a lifestyle. A lot of people will say don't do things that are quick. Like you want to make things a lifestyle. It's very true. Mainly because like if your thought process doesn't follow through with it and understand it fully, you're just doing it to do it. It's not good. You'll probably have the same problem again. So Gangsha, what's up, man? Mayo used to smoke for 10 years, and having a toothpick in your mouth helped a lot. There you go. I'll tell you in a month how you'll be doing. I look forward to it. I think that you'll be fine. It's just a matter of like the fact that you even are aware that you want that for yourself is already like way ahead of just not being even accepting of it. So that's good. That's a really good step. That means that you're gonna do things in general, whether they're like really, really good or not as good, but it's still really good to do the things and then like refining how good they are in terms of those practices of, you know, getting better at the diet aspect, getting even more intense with certain things, being safer and more intentional with how you do the exercise. It's going to come after that. I don't think anyone could be explain that within 24 hours and do it perfectly, but I think you'll be really good. Ooh. Praying, what's up? Also, Abdul, thank you for the welcome back. Your Windows fucked up your Wi-Fi and Bluetooth driver? Dude, what? What is happening with Windows 11 or 12, whatever? Is it 13 now? I don't even know what it is. I hate Windows, man. One thing that helped you quit smoking is you didn't quit trying to quit. There you go. Yeah, well, I mean, mathematics will tell you that if you, and it sounds wild, but like if you throw a ball at a wall infinitely for all of eternity, eventually like there's a chance that maybe the ball just, it either breaks into nothing or the wall, like it's just, there's a hole there. It's like Andy Dufresne with the freaking spoon. He chips away with the tools in the jail cell and builds a tunnel. Think of your journey with any kind of goal as that. It's like no one would look at those things or those circumstances and be like, oh yeah, that's possible. Like it wouldn't be easy to like grasp that, but you could do that though. You could do a lot of really cool things. And then the nicer thing is this is actually even easier. So it's just, there's no need to like for it to be a rush, right? That you can kind of be more aggressive with how you do certain things once you know how to use certain principles. Like you can be like, okay, I have a goal to do this now, so I'm gonna just switch into this phase, or I want to do this, so I'm gonna do that. But then you have to also have an understanding of what that means and how it works, right? And there's someone that actually, there's a doctor that was being interviewed about just generally like how he improved certain things with his health. And I remember he said that like, said something really interesting actually. He said there's a lot of things in general that you can like look at or like that you can be told, and like it's a low chance in general that anything's gonna matter at all or work if the idea of how you got there is not considered, because it just doesn't mean anything then. Like it's just not, there's no point, right? And that's kind of what I'm getting at too. Like you'll start to realize that in your own mistakes when you just had this information. It's like, yeah, like, oh, this product exists, I could buy this. Oh, I can do this diet because someone put it on TikTok. Oh, someone told me to do this exercise. It's like, but we're looking at it the wrong way though then, because then that's already not really important. Because you're attaching yourself to an idea that doesn't have full understanding, right? If you can like utilize it and you understand it, that's different. But he's right though, a lot of people will be overwhelmed by information that doesn't really help at all. And like you have a less than 0% chance of succeeding overall. This kind of BS, just a little bit. Of course. We just need phase 2, that's it. Because even on the intro, I probably could get a stagger if I get the right setup for the second part. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Had to use the whole hand there. So this should set up for another stagger. If I can hit him soon. Rabbit holes are kind of fun. Not when they're expensive though. Because like, especially for software, I mean, back in the day there was no software. You just had the, was it like A-Track or whatever? And you just, even the recording had to be like pretty specific. Like there's tons of things that exist that people still love, and like it's not even in time. Like the tempo's off, like it'll change. And you wouldn't even know. And then there's stuff that's click tracked and perfectly quantized to a level of specificity it's mathematic, and it will still be enjoyed. So I think if you can listen to music that's not perfect and then record it that way, maybe you can find a middle ground when it comes to the rabbit hole of plugins and methods. There we go. Okay, I'm not even gonna try to rebuff. I'm not gonna worry about that. Let's just get into this situation here. Oh my god, that was too far forward, dude. Probably could have killed him just with one combo there. Oh. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, it's good.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
56 months and now it's a one-handed run. My god.
There we go. Finally, dude. We could have killed him way earlier. That one fight, man. Fire Giant needed to live so I could talk about all that stuff. So Ethereal, thank you for the 21 months, man. Yo, I got your message. That thing you sent me was one of the funniest things I've seen in recent time. Like out of any meme or any kind of like just clip or moment of something. But I messaged you back and it didn't let me do it. It said that like it showed the timestamp of the messages 4 times, but they were empty. Like as soon as I'd type it, it would disappear. So did you get them or did nothing happen? Oh, almost died. Also, thank you for gifting Skirm a sub too. So that's super nice, man. Skirm, enjoy your motes. And enjoy me falling off of the thing, dude. Damn it. Gonna play Star Wars Jedi game. I'm not really into the Jedi Knight Academy. I tried it. Or was it... Sorry, Jedi Fallen Order. That's what it was. I tried the first one. It just wasn't really that insane for how much it cost and then the amount of playtime on it. I thought it was really cool with the cutscenes. Like, it was almost kind of like a movie, but just... It was like, what, a 12-hour game for $79.99? With almost no replayability. Like, I can't think of the last time I spent $79.99 on a game that had that little amount of gameplay. Yeah, I can't lose the runes. I forgot the chain was going to be the actual final boss. If the other artists in chat, you can also message. Always down to help out the little guys. Oh, that's super nice. Yeah, anybody that does the same kind of stuff here, if you guys want to collaborate or whatever in the Discord, by all means, you can use the general chat or anything else. There's an art chat or an art channel in there. So if people want to post their work or just give tips, you can do that. Can hit his back leg that still has his foot. I was trying to. It's just very hard to control the character when you're on torrent and then you're trying to also see what he's doing and then like preemptively strafe all the projectiles. What do you think of creators that sign gambling contracts to promote their audience? Are they sellouts in the grand scheme of things to promote an addiction to younger audiences? Well, okay, there's a couple ways of looking at it. So, like, I would say the question the person would have to ask themselves is, do they genuinely believe gambling is good? Like, if you had like a thing where it was bet on slots, or like, you know, there's this thing where you put money into it and then it gets you skins for a game or money or whatever. Is that something that you genuinely think is good? If you see no problem with that, if you think that's a good thing and you also participate, then that might be one type of person. But there's another type of person that would be like, well, the contract's really good and I actually don't believe in this thing at all. Like, I actually don't care and don't believe at all. But I will pretend that me spending the money that they give me to spend, or a little bit of my own in combination, will be like a great time and that you're gonna love it, right? But in the meantime though, like, they're not gonna be playing the gambling thing again, or like they're not gonna be like using it to like make money. Obviously they're just gonna. So I've seen people that I actually do believe they actually have a gambling addiction that do make content, like they 100% are gambling addicts, and they might genuinely believe and love that, like they love that and they think it's good, and then they push it on people or they promote it, and they're really about that, like they actually do it. And then there's some people that 100% they've only done it like because of the fact that like it was a good deal. Now, if it was something where it's like there's no obligation, where it's like, oh yeah, you don't have to like, you know, have any negatives, because it's like, oh, I just showed you something that was interesting, but there's no need to do it, and even if you did do it, it wouldn't cost like money like that, right? Or it wouldn't create an addiction that's bad. For example, we did HelloFresh. I actually have used HelloFresh a lot of times before. I know a lot of people that do. Highly reputable. The meals were amazing. I would make them again. I actually learned how to cook some things I never knew how to cook because of that. That was different. I actually did eat that food. I did like it. And I still even ordered it after that point in time too. Obviously for me, like, I'm not going to use it all the time. I'll be dead serious with it. I'll tell you exactly what the case is. There's going to be games where it's like, I will check the game out. I'll try it. The expectation of the other people isn't for me to be really good at it or play it extensively. It's just to check it out, because for them, me having my interaction and my take on it is free advertising, or not free, but like very low budget advertising compared to making a commercial or doing something else. It's actually better. So if you're looking at like a thing where it comes to like an addiction that could form where it could actually ruin your life, that's tricky, because I think genuinely some people they have the money to gamble with, and like they're probably in a situation where the money they gamble with is not so much that it's detrimental, but for other people they don't have the ability to do that, and they still do. And then that's why if you go to a casino, I'm sure you'll see people there, like they're going to spend all their money. Then there's going to be other people that go there that spend more money than those people that just have a lot of money and they gamble for fun, but they still are addicted to gambling though. So that's really the thing you got to pinpoint. I've seen both, and I think there's a lot more, unfortunately, of the side where it's like, I'm going to push this because the individual benefits, not so much that, hey, I could actually see people thinking this is cool. Or, hey, I individually in this moment think that this could be interesting, because it's pretty played out. Like, you're not going to get much difference. You just put money and you get more money, or you don't. It's not like there's like a story to it. It's very simple. Not going to lie, you made it further than you thought I would. Nice. I just got to make sure that we can get as far as we can through this area now, because we are close. When are we gonna get a lifting stream? I'm not sure if I would do a lifting stream, but I did say that for people that wanted to, like, so you know how like I was saying I make plans for people. If you guys want to do a workout one-on-one, like a video session, I had this idea because my agent actually asked me. He wanted me to train him, like, or do like a little thing with him. So I thought like, hey, you know, that's even easier than giving advice. So what I would do is I would jump on a Discord video chat, whether you're at a commercial gym, at home, wherever you are in general, whenever you can connect to the call. We would do a full session where I just explain some things to you, and then I'll record that session and send you the video, so you have a personalized video of the day that I trained you on that session, and then you can just use that as a playbook forever. And it would be probably half the cost of a personal trainer that's really good for 1 hour, or half of an hourly cost of a commercial personal trainer's fee, if that makes sense. So it would be like probably a fraction of what you'd actually pay for a trainer overall, but then you could go back and I can have like specific explanation that's catered to your understanding if it helps. And then I would mutually benefit because I'd be able to get a workout too, but it would be a bit more at the pace of the person. So it's almost like you could be here training, but because you can't because you're somewhere else, I would do that. I don't know how many people think that's interesting. I don't know if you'd find value in it. But if it was someone that would actually find it helpful, like if you were like, oh yeah, that's actually going to kickstart the knowledge, because then I can see the visual example, I can be explained in the moment, and then I can replay it over and over again, exactly how it happened. Because like the goal for me with that stuff is just teach you guys to teach other people so that the world gets better. There's just got to be some sort of cost to it, because obviously I'm saving people time on it, and I think that's fair. If I can get to a point where like that can be something packaged into a free thing that actually gets some level of the job done, it'll never be as good as obviously one-on-one, but if I can template that into a free thing eventually and then open a free gym eventually, that's the goal. Like that'd be amazing. I would love to open a facility where like it's free, you don't have to actually pay for it, and then just simply the other things that you can interact with in there, like whether you want to buy clothing in there or food or whatever or something like that, maybe that supplements a little bit and people can advertise it for free, but you know, you don't have a fee. There's no actual fee to just go to the gym. That would be amazing, because there's not enough of that. That would take a lot of money though, and a lot of time. So kind of lifting do I like to do? Just like classic bodybuilding, to be honest. I've done a little bit of the calisthenics before, and then I think with regular bodybuilding you typically do powerlifting movements within it too. So it's mainly just been a combination of those two, and then some of the compounds are kind of like powerlifting, but I've never done like the 1 rep maxes, or would I go for like low volume, like, and just get numbers or anything. It's mainly just hypertrophy training. You're a legend. Every time you peek back after a while, you're doing better and better feats. Such an inspiration, Scabla. This is actually something we did technically do a while ago on some of the other games, but this one's been quite an interesting experience though. There's some things that I thought were going to be very difficult on this that were not at all, and then I'll just get surprised. So, like something will kick my ass for a while. But yeah, thank you though, I appreciate it. You're talking a while ago how you're going to compete in a bodybuilding competition. How'd that go? So they wanted to charge me about $300 all said and done to get 10 minutes of stage time, and I was like, fuck that. So I didn't do it. But I think at a certain point, it's not uncommon for people that have been into, you know, the types of training that people usually do to grow and everything like that. Like at some point, you're just going to be able to like walk into it just by association, just because of all the experience. So I mean, I can basically do one of those things in the future. The longer time goes on, the more it's going to be beneficial to do that, right? Like it's going to be easier to actually make sense of it. But I don't think I could have made sense of something where it would have been the first one I did, and it would be that expensive, and then there's actually probably almost no way to win, just because the people that already do win re-enter and win multiple times and farm the prize pool. So it's like, I'm not actually going to win, I'm just going to place and to have the experience. So why pay that much money for that for 10 minutes, right? And then there's extras where you have to pay like extras for photos and extras for all this. I'm like, that's just a rip off, man. And the fact they let people re-enter and win, that's not really balanced as a competition. So I think it's cool if you can figure out how to avoid all that, but I don't think it's worth anyone paying that much money. You might as well just get like in good shape and never even do that. Doesn't even matter. Like I definitely have no interest ever in doing anything pro. Nor will I ever try to, because that's not even like a career that's good. I think bodybuilding is not like a great career at all. I think it's terrible when you do it professionally. That's just my take on it. But I think the principles are good for like lifestyle. Some of them at least. Okay, we need to actually go and get the sleeping pods. Math doesn't check out. Oh, trust me, it's. If you add up all the things, every single fee, it is. I was actually laughing. It was pretty funny. Did your first weighted squats tonight. Managed 90 pounds for 3 sets of 8. Nice, dude. Nice. That's actually really good. It's a great exercise. Do you do them like, are you doing a goblet or like a bar, bar on the back, or are you doing like a hack, like sort of like under you kind of formation? What kind of form are you using for it? Or even just like at your sides dumbbells? I watched Anatoly, pro powerlifter that deadlifts as much as Larry Wheels. He pranks people at the gym and watches their faces. Oh, is that the dude that's like he benched I think it was like 5 plates, and then the people like were just freaking out like in the commercial gym, and he's just like this quiet, chill dude. He's not big built. Okay, the guy. Okay, I've seen 2 guys. There's one that actually he regularly makes things where he'll just go and put up crazy numbers, and he's just like a regular like athletic person. And then there's a guy that actually is like, he's a little bigger, like not like super muscly. He's got big muscles, but he's got like quite a bit of fat on him too. He's more of a powerlifter build, and he goes in and he does like just ridiculous shit, and everyone freaks out. Can't remember the name. The other one, maybe one of them is who you're talking about. Okay, you can kill me if you want to. Thank you. He was 3rd, 2nd, and 1st 3 consecutive years in world championships. Wow. It's when you know you're definitely like you're onto something. That's your shit. You just keep winning. I know some people they practice their whole lives for certain things to win one competition, maybe even later than they plan to, or past like the peak time too. But that's like when you just know you're just dominating. Okay, so for item crafting, I don't know if did we ever get more? Wait. I didn't make all of the things I could, did I? Oh, wait, you know what? I'm thinking of the run that we did that was the hitless practice. I'm confusing the two. I think we still have to buy the kit. Taking tests when you get older is a good thing. I disagree. But like that's a huge, oh my god, man, that's like I think that if you want to make decisions, you make decisions, but like I don't think you need to take anything, man. You can just do things, live like in a way that is conducive to a actual healthy hormone range. That's it. If you do, there's really no reason to need that, unless you actually have goals or something like that require it, which I don't think average people do. There's my uncle, he actually he was told by his doctor he had to take 50, I don't know what the measurement is in Canadian, but it was basically like an ultra low dose of testosterone that he made him take, and he got into a support group with a bunch of guys around his age, and some of them were blasting it and they were working out and stuff like that, and they're like, oh, I feel so good and everything, and I'm like, it's just sad because I bet you those people are still in worse shape than natural people that just know how to actually do good principles, and their health is screwed now. Their organs are going to be like, shutting down. Their ability to recover might be up and everything, but then they're going to get all these other issues, and what do you know, the guy's like, oh, my heart doesn't feel so good, like this doesn't feel so good, that, and it's not as all as it seems to be. Now if you're on like a balanced dose and you think that that's actually something that's going to help you, you'd be surprised to know that you could probably do the exact same thing without doing that. Now, if you're just like, oh, I want to be like Chris Bumstead, walk on the stage and just be a fucking mutant, then you're not going to be able to achieve that with like average, like age-related prescribed therapy or anything like that at all. It doesn't make any sense. So it's just like, there's a lot of like there's a lot of disillusion, and there's a lot of like problems with how people look at that stuff, but it's because people assume that you actually have a decrease in hormones, and you also have a decrease in certain systems and the way you can do things. The same way as when people think if they get old they can't do this, they can't do that. Same way as when I went to like a trampoline park, and there was parents of kids that were standing there, and it looked like they really wanted to join their kids, but they were like too cool or too old to do it. But then there was other parents that were joining in, and then we were adults and we were doing it. And it's like you can just be a kid whenever you want. It's not like you have to play by the rules and just, you know, like you can actually go and play with your kids and do it. So I think people actually think you need to do certain things because that's the thing to do, but it doesn't make any sense. And there's a lot of assumed information when it comes to the world of how you age overall. It's only predicated on the notion that we don't live properly. That's why it looks like that. And then there's also the average or the median study is from people that don't do good things. And then they don't account for all these other factors outlying, like how much did you smoke? How much do you drink? Did you have a history with that? Did you stop at some point? What did that do to you in terms of your age? How do you eat? All these different things, like how much do you sleep? It can go on forever, but you'll have a study where it doesn't even like isolate or factor in a lot of things, and then it'll make this like piece of information that's not even true because you didn't even like go in depth with it to actually get a clear answer. So then your assumption is basically because it's a byproduct of how things are, but it's not actually the reason that it's not like the way it needs to be. It might be the reason because of the circumstance, but the circumstance isn't just it's not indefinitely like that. It just happens to be like that now. That's it. And there's people that have proven that that's not the case. So it's just like you have to, unfortunately, sometimes you have to do a lot of digging and not just assume things because people tell you them. And ironically, my uncle right now is in a better mental health state. All the issues that he had in general that were not solved by even taking the testosterone, even though it did make him feel a little bit better, he feels even better than he did when he did that now, not taking it. Probably has a higher level of testosterone if you went to go and check his level on his blood. And he is exercising, and he's in the best shape he's been in for like most of his life now. And it's like, well, he didn't need any of that, and he's older, and he's gonna outperform people in the gym that are taking that are his age eventually if he keeps going. So it's like it's really unfortunate. People assume certain things. I think the accessibility and the fact that like if someone does something and it works for them, it's like, oh, I should do that too. It's like you have to really look into like what's the actual reason you even got to that place, like, what caused the need for that, and then who told you that, and what did they tell you outside of that, like that you could do. If they didn't tell you anything else but that, and they also didn't like draw a very, very clear roadmap of how you got there, maybe they're not educated enough in the situation to tell you exactly what to do. So anyways, we're gonna go for the duo before we finish. Make these though. Sorry, I don't mean to get like all antsy about that. That gets me really excited. That whole topic of people talking about that is just like a whole nother thing. I should probably never even entertain the idea again of even talking about it, unless someone brings it up, and I would just smile and nod, because it's like a thing where there's so many assumptions now that it's too late to even get to the point where you could understand. So you'd have to really have a lot of belief in somebody, or like really just be willing to listen to something completely different than what you think to really understand that. And when people make up their mind about things, they make up their mind about things. So. And really sad for anyone that actually took some sort of hormone replacement therapy that didn't need it, that was talked into it. I really feel bad for that. And if it's something that was inevitable, you absolutely needed it. Maybe you have a thyroid issue, maybe there's some other problem, then of course, then yeah, that makes sense. There is a reason, but there's also like a recreational or like elective range of people as well that are just kind of hurting themselves more than they need to in terms of what they have as potential and what they understand. But again, I see even the most professional people, they have conclusions they make that are not true as well, and then it just gets debunked time and time again. And you'd think that they have really good information, they maybe even have a career, they have education. It's like, it's not enough, unfortunately. You have to like actually test these things. Greg Plitt. Not sure who Greg Plitt is. Only difference between men and boys is the price tags of the toys.
Let's
Damn. Well, I mean,
strength
everyone's a
be
kid. Like
granted
I've
so
said
the
this
world
before.
might
Is
be
you
mended.
like an adult is just you're just a kid, just
So
a big
the
kid.
world might be mended.
Childhood is literally the best in general. Like it's just you're the most pure in general. You have the least amount of wear and tear. You have the least amount of negativity, and then you just become dull if you choose to, or you can continue to be a kid, and that's it. Will I be doing Millennia? I'm gonna try to do every single thing if I can. It's just a matter of how far or how much time it takes to get there, because I know that by the time we do the next stream and we complete it, we probably will be at the end. There's a good chance. Have I tried ceviche? I have. It's pretty damn good, actually. You can Google him, otherwise you'll introduce you. I might actually know who he is, but I just can't remember based on the name right now. So Quack, what's up, man? Do I watch MD? Oh yeah, for sure, man. I've watched him since like I think he started overall. The thing that is though, unfortunately, again, even he is like he has a very specific approach for what he does based on how his business runs and everything like that, because he has like his own therapy or replacement therapy thing. He's got other stuff that he has his products and everything like that. So I think a lot of good information, but I can't say again if someone's has information but they're not actually doing certain things, that it's enough. Like that's all I'm saying. Like you have to almost kind of put it into practice. There's a lot of anecdotal accounts of things that are mind-blowing that unfortunately won't have a study funded on them because there's just not enough like shift in mindset. Like there's just too much grandfathering information, and unfortunately they are 100% true. Like I believe without a shadow of a doubt they're true, but no one will ever widely know, hey, this thing was achieved because it's only like a smaller percentage of people that actually went and did it and proved it. But it's not enough because you can't say that like, you know, a big body of literature is going to back it, or, you know, like a traditional source of some sort or a very widely trusted source is going to cover that. So I think the best thing you can do is just get all the information you possibly can, do some things. If they do really well, then you know what you know. That's it. Okay, I need a fireball, please. This can work. This can work. This is definitely gonna work. Oh, it didn't because he somehow moved in a way where it missed at the exact same time as the swing happened. Damn. Kitty the Tricky, thank you very much for the host. How are you doing? I died January 2015 filming a stunt for an upcoming product launch. Made a mistake and got clipped by a train. Oh, it sucks, dude. I wanted to ask how he died, but like, I was assuming it was just something like completely unrelated to like his industry, right? How's run going? It's going pretty damn good. I'm gonna give one more attempt on this one and see what we can do. But it's been going better than I overall thought it would. We have 3 sleeping pots left. Okay, so we're gonna basically hit every single one, and then we win. That's it. No need to even think about having 4. Yeah, next time I can probably get another 20 pretty easily, though. Need to. Ooh, ran in a circle. Oh, man. First video game I ever played, Cystic. So I lived in, it was like a basement apartment of a house that a family lived in, and their daughters had a Super Nintendo. And I guess, I don't know if, I think they had to babysit me at one point or something like that. Or I was like with them upstairs in their regular part of the house or whatever, and I remember they showed me the Super Nintendo, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And they had Spawn on it, and I played Spawn for like 2 seconds, and then I died, and they got mad at me, and they took it back. And that was the very first time I touched like a actual game or saw anything to do with games. I was like 4, and then after that, I got given actually an N64. Also, actually, it was interestingly enough, it was also the neighbors. Lived in another place. The people that lived below us, they had, I guess, won an N64, and they gave me their, I don't know if it was the original or the one they won. I can't remember which one, but they gave me an N64, and then they're like, we don't need it anymore, and they gave me NHL 99. So that was the first game I actually owned that was mine that I played, and that was a ton of fun too. That was really cool. Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you guys. We are doing the final day, hopefully, of this one-handed playthrough. Working while you watch some Star Wars, and now you. Were you watching a movie? That reminds me of my friend's boss. He has a boss, and the guy will wake up at like 5 in the morning and watch like a full like 2 or 3 hour movie before he starts work. It's like, what the it's a psychopath, dude. It's not even a normal person. Like just working and watching Star Wars. Like, what? who works and watches Star Wars? I couldn't even watch Star Wars even if I didn't have anything to do. I'd have to be prepared for it. That's so funny. Could have ended kind of bad there. That was good. Okay, now this is where we didn't have enough damage. I think I need the Physic Flask too right here. So I'm gonna use it right now. There we go. So this should be fine. Extra damage, it's all right. I don't like this spot. There we go. There we go. Godskin Duo 1 try. That's all we needed today. Let's beat everything else. Let's do it.
How did he do that? That's impossible. You're cheating, streamer. You're gonna beat the game in 1 minute 37 seconds flat? You must stop right now. You're simply too fast. Are you a speedrunner? Are you speedrunning right now? Streamer, where's the clock? What route is that? Streamer! Streamer, what category?
Oh, man, you guys are getting a little wild. Damn. Actually, I wish people actually did say that stuff legitimately. I think everyone here is too chilled to actually think those kinds of things. Like, only when you actually do speedrun do people do that. Like, you have to be doing something super serious. Like, if you set a record, then you'll get all those people. Then they'll be like, "Oh, you cheated. This is not regulation." Oh man, why are your hands inverted? They're not inverted. This is my left hand. Unless you're saying that there's something else going on. My thumb's right here. Using my pinky. Oh wait, sorry, that was String Theorist. Okay, you're just fucking with me. Never mind. For anyone that doesn't know, if String Theorist says anything in chat, it's not real. It's completely fake. He has to really convince us. He's basically the boy who cried wolf, so it's impossible to believe him now. He'll probably have to face a crisis, and we won't be able to save him because we don't believe him. So it's okay. I'm a lefty. I'm not actually left-handed. I'm right-handed. But I think that if people try this run, they're gonna find that left-handed is actually better if you are right-handed. I'm very curious to see if someone would be the opposite if they're left-handed. But typically, again, you're using your left hand to move the character, and the movement is the most important part of this. It's the hardest part because there's the most dynamics, right? You have speeds, and then you have a 360 degrees axis versus one button that only gets pushed in, and that's it. So it's just on a factual basis the hardest thing you have to do. And they'll probably get you killed the quickest too if you don't do it right. You're left-handed, you're not good enough to make it past a boss with two hands, let alone one. Maybe the secret was that the whole time using two was actually holding you back and you needed to use one. It could be. Also, for this part, we don't have Death's Gambit. We're gonna have to just run through the whole thing. Get chased. It's a little sketchy. Jump. I'm gonna go for just the simple path here, and then we're gonna go back to get the plus 10 because we lived, so that's good. Bird can't get me here. So I'm gonna get the grace. Now I'll run backwards for the plus 10, or we'll get the safe plus 10. I might just do plus 9 Malika. So I still have to survive this part too. Oh, dude, what? Airborne? Excuse me. Excuse me. No. No. That's not possible. That dude definitely played Division 1 Frisbee. That's wild, man. How did he actually get me on that angle? Like, he threw it before. It was like curved, dude. It was like a boomerang. Jeez. Mom, look, no hands. That's the next run. The next weird run when it comes to just playing with different types of orientations. I guess, well, the racing wheel would be with hands, right? Because I really wanted to do the racing wheel before this, and then I had the thumb thing. So we'll do the racing wheel next, and then we'll do the foot run on the arcade stick. And we'll see how that goes. And then at that point, we'll probably just have to make the playlist just random orientations of gameplay. Voice control would be really cool too. I would definitely do voice control. I've wanted to do that for a while, but I didn't have the software for it. So if anyone has a link to anything, you know anything about it, let me know. Tune in and you thought you had a mod to make the sound effect for rolling be excuse me. It would be pretty cool, actually. There was a thing I saw at Walmart where it's like a soundboard that plugs into a controller. And it was on like clearance or whatever. If anyone thinks that's a cool thing, go look for your next weird gadget. I don't know. I think people use it for like videos and stuff. Like they use it for playing multiplayer games and they just like spam a bunch of random sounds. But I was thinking of buying it and selling it just because they were so cheap. There's only one though. If I can still get the R2 on this and survive, I'm going to be really happy. Not really. Okay, I can kind of do it. Gotta be really early though. You're left-handed. You're not good enough to make it past the. Okay, wait. Oh, sorry, Luke. You're saying that you were gonna try with being left-handed as well. Sorry, I did not clue into that. That's really cool. Let me know how it goes, and then if you find that the right hand works better, let me know how you actually end up doing it with your right hand. Because I've still not figured out a good way for that. Like I could do it. It would just be absolutely terrible. So. Alien, it's going pretty good, man. So Bruns, can't wait to see Godfrey. Godfrey will be pretty sick. I'm excited about that. I can't walk. Oh my god. That was completely scuffed. Oh my god, Windows. Why are you doing it? I got tapped out. That was crazy. Dude, I wish that like I was doing monitor capture so you could actually see that. This one-handed setup would be... Wait, I should not have read chat. That's death. Oh my god, why did I read chat? That was actually accidental and not cool. There we go. It evened out. Some sort of thing that makes it exciting for this game. Just gotta decide which weapon. Maybe we'll try magic for that. pivot. That sucks. Gotta be really careful with those. They're kind of hard to avoid on this sometimes when you make really last second decisions. Whereas normally, like, your thumb's much better at doing a semicircle. All right, GG. Song's an absolute banger, Snooty Fox. There's a lot of bangers on this playlist, but I think the people that make the music, they, a lot of them have actual paid music. Like, they have non-copyright free stuff. So, this is probably just like the backlog or the least popular stuff they make in a lot of cases. Actually, I have some of the artists on the Spotify playlist even, or the other Spotify playlist, the ambient one. One of the piano players has some really, really good music.
So the world might be mended.
Squill and Defoe Socks love you. Good to see you back.
Drac, thanks for the 17 months, man. It's good to see you as well, dude. Thank you, man. Defoe, Squill and Defoe. That still is probably one of the best names. And then McFancyson is another good one too. It's 2:14 a.m. for you, Puffy. What time do you usually go to sleep? Mike Tyson run in FPS with the iron balls. Ooh. All right, so that's our melee option. And then I can finally have an upgrade path for the iron balls that I can learn for the hitless all remembrances. So that'd be a good idea. Yeah, that's gonna be the melee weapon then. We decide to not go full magic. I was told actually if I was gonna do Ascended that full magic would be a really good opportunity there if I've never used it, just because you kind of need to. And then apparently all projectiles are tripled from every single thing that exists. So that's quite a situation. Looks like it'd be a killer on your hand. So actually, luckily today my hand felt perfectly fine when I woke up. It was only, I believe, yesterday where I woke up and the tendons were a little sore, and then like I guess the muscle in the hand.
Let strength be granted.
But I felt pretty good today, so I think we're good. There's probably just a sweet spot to not overdo it. It's kind of like if I was doing the world record attempts on SL1, all content for DS3 way back when I was trying to race NEMs. We streamed for 10 hours to 11 hours sometimes, and then the days we did like 6 to 8, it was completely different. Even just those extra few hours, you would get RSI from that, but you wouldn't get RSI if you were under that. So I could go straight, you know, no breaks in a lower hour range, and it would be perfect.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs.
Okay, bets on Gideon?
I commend your
What are we
spirit,
thinking?
But alas, none
Trouble?
shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us.
Ooh.
In my bones.
Bronze, you're looking kind of funny now, man.
Cannot
I bet you wish you listened to more than 10 artists so you would have been able to predict that Gideon was going to die.
Not even you.
That's the only insult I can actually give to you.
Cannot kill a god.
Yuri, thank you for the 38 months. Welcome back. I'm doing pretty good. How are you, man? It was a tough fight. GG. So much skill. I know, right? The funniest part, too, is that we got lucky. So he decided to try to cast something point blank instead of rolling. He easily could have escaped the second attack there at the end. Did I play the RE4 remake? Not sure if you missed that stream. I did, actually. So what's been happening, because I got a DMCA strike originally for VODs, because of just the music that I was playing, which I actually had permission to play. The problem is, like, if I got a copyright through here now, there's no way for them to, like, actually give me a green light ahead of time. So I have to get the copyright and then go and then try to get the management of, like, or the label or whatever the artist is to dispute it, whoever published the stuff, and then that's a whole thing. So whatever was tripped originally when I got the last DMCA strike, they made my VODs private by default, and then I'm allowed to basically make them public, but they just go to private by default. And I got to figure out how to change that. I'm not sure if it's going to go back to that if I get another DMCA strike, but you should be able to see the Resident Evil VOD, and then it'll be highlighted into a big, just like the whole thing together, the whole playthrough when it's done. I'll try to cut it up and make it interesting, because I know that's not really, like, every single part of it's going to be important, but I'll make sure I include the best moments of it. How do some streamers just play whatever music they want? Do they not care about the strikes? The music they play probably is allowed to be played. So there are some artists that actually have like a label or some sort of, like, representation, third party that owns the rights to the stuff that they still allow on the platform, because the system that detects the music, it's not programmed to detect that music, right? So a ton of actual popular music still passes through the filter. Unfortunately, some of the music I listen to still actually gets flagged. That's why I went and I actually talked to the artists. I talked to Aaron Marshall. He said he actually said he was, like, happy that I was using his music, and that it was fine. It was completely fine. And I talked to Scott from Polyphia, and then their management, they said it was fine. And then they were actually supposed to reverse an appeal on a YouTube video, which they didn't. So they made a ton of money off of that. They probably made thousands of dollars off that video. But I mean, that was one thing that I kind of learned the lesson from with this, is that if I do get a strike, they're not gonna, like, void the strike. I'm gonna have to get it, and then they're gonna have to appeal it within whatever amount of time, and they weren't actually around to be able to do it in time. The day that he responded was the day that it went to their ownership, so now they get all the money for that. And then for like this kind of stuff, it's the same thing. I just got to make sure that I'm careful. So some of the things I play are copywritten, but I got the permission verbally or written, and then other stuff, it just doesn't fall under the radar. Like, it just doesn't get flagged. And then this whole playlist right now is also, I pay per month to use it, for the rights to all this stuff, which is royalty free, but the subscription for the website, for the access to it, you pay for, and then you can put it on anything and you don't get flagged, which a lot of people do that too. You'll actually hear a lot of the songs in our playlist on popular YouTube videos, because there's not that much music on this website and a lot of people use it. But I try to find all the good stuff. All right, Godfrey time. Let's go. was a little ballsy. Oh. Oh, damn. Gotta be careful on that one.
The crown is mounted with strength.
I wish you could restart from phase 2. This is the only time I wish that, actually. Music is different on audio channel that's not recorded to VODs. Oh yeah, there's also that too. You can split it as well. Music isn't there, so it shouldn't be on VODs either. Yes, the thing is, Tenko, you have to set it up like that then. I'm not sure if you have to use music through their actual service, because the website has like an actual software you can use, but then it's limited to what's ever on there, right? I'm not sure if that's related to that or it's something else, but it would probably have to be recognized, and for it to be recognized, I'm assuming it runs through a certain type of playlist. It's not just a separate website, right? That'd be pretty sophisticated. And I'll be 100%. I'm not really into like the meta music, meta design, meta music. Okay, I gotta get a stagger here. There we go. Much better. Oof, that was almost rip. Almost scuffed at the end. GG.
Thy strength befits.
Yuri, I think I said thank you for the resub. Might have. I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm still trying to get back to like my brain's not really remembering certain things with alerts. But welcome back again, man. Is that Homer Simpson? It is actually. Just decided to go on a little bit of a mission. Were Ape, welcome back. Pick that legendary item on the way. So irritating. Legendary item. Which one? Also, we got to go back and get plus 10. You just reminded me. Probably should have done that already. So that was actually easier than Malekith. Malekith was probably the second hardest. Noble was definitely the hardest so far. Malekith was a close second. What are the predictions? What do you guys think is going to be the worst? Because I'm still not going to touch Vigor yet. I don't think there's a point just yet. I'll use my respec for it if I need to. I'm curious of how far we can get away with that. What were we at now? have two options. We can go for the one that's back in Farum, or we can go for the one that's really close to where we were. It's got to be Millennia when you get there. That's what I was thinking, but I'm not sure though. It's really hard to say because like with Millennia you can lock on, right? I was thinking maybe like Placidusax or Placidusax, and then maybe Fortisax. I know Fia's champs will be pretty easy. I would assume that all of Academy is fine, and every single Loretta is fine as well. What's your favorite weapon to use? Not just based on what's most effective, but what's your actual favorite weapon? Malachus the Black Blade is my favorite. Unfortunately, it's not the greatest, but it is. It's a really cool weapon art that you get. Placidusax is going to one-shot every single attack. A lot of things already do, actually. But it's kind of nice, though, because I kind of chose to just be light on this one. Since Noble, it was just easier to do the phase 2 like that, and then I kept that theme for the stuff that we need to be quick on. But there might be the option that if I need to, I just put the carrion set back on and I take one-shots on most things, but not everything. Okay, let's go back to round table. Do you really want to deal with the birds? That's why I went for the other one. I was thinking that even though it's a little closer, the birds, and then the frisbee guy too. He was on a hot streak today, so I don't even want to screw around with them. Yeah, Big Hoss, what is your favorite weapon? What's everybody's favorite weapon? Especially with the latest update, if it's changed overall, what is your favorite?
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Hey, Squilla, how you doing? New challenges, eh?
Zombire, thank you for the 89 months. Welcome back. It's going pretty good. How are you, man? And Jim, welcome back as well. Tumnus, what's up? Radon's greatsword. I don't know if I've used that before. I definitely have made something from his remembrance, but I know there's two things you can do with his, right? Oh, you know what? No, we did use it. We used it in item randomizer. Or the one that was switching every so often. It popped up a few times, actually. It's pretty good. So we need... Let's see. Rome, there we go. Last time you were watching your fight in the Fire Giant, missed all of Farum. Fire Giant actually, you know what? No, he was pretty tricky too. I should probably have included him in the difficulty, the top 3. The thing with Fire Giant though is that like I could have killed him very soon, and I just goofed really big, and then I didn't really try as hard until the end. So I think, yeah, Noble, Fire Giant, Malekith are our top 3 right now. Eleanor's Pole Blade or Dragon Halberd. Dragon Halberd was really good. I remember I used that for a little bit. I think Gino was he was using it for the version 1.02, I believe. A hammer that's white that turns into liquid and extends when you attack. I don't think I've used that one before. The Noble didn't have to be that hard. The thing was, I didn't really have like a good way to handle it with the pillars and everything like that, because you can do a few different things, but I think you have to choose from multiple different options on it. You can't just have a preset plan. It won't work every time. So depending on where you are, you have to be ready to do at least one of two things. Having all three of them down, all three ways to do it, is really good. So it took a little bit to get to that level of comfortability on that part. Everything else is fine though. Noble was hard. That dude's very alive. He's just hiding in the mist. Godskin Noble, he's pretty challenging. Mana Break definitely played the one that was rated E for everybody. So we're probably going to get phase 2, unfortunately, on this. Did a little bit too many attacks. Oh, I got lucky here. Nice. That was a mistake. Oh, you're talking about Miss Noble. Yeah, Miss Noble from Sekiro. But you have to remember, he did ruin one of Dis's speedrun records, so because of that, we have to recognize him as something. He gets a little bit of credit. Worst first date boss. Definitely Fire Giant, man. Because like you'd enter the room, but like the building would just get destroyed. You wouldn't even be able to see anything. You would have no idea of what's going on. You'd just be dead.
Howdy.
I didn't want to do that either. Man, all these random R1s. Not good. And I screwed that up too. Nice. Okay, we're doing phase 2. Nice. Toucan, thank you for the bits, dude. How's it going, man? How are the cereal boxes lately? It's been a while since you guys had the watches. Gotta step your game up, man. Donald's toys are better. Could ban you so you don't have to see it. That's true. That's a good point. Should have a day. I think next April 1st we'll do everyone gets banned if they just, we'll have a list of things that no one knows, only me and Bronze know, and you'll get banned for them. And then we'll see just randomly who survives, and if they survive we'll get a prize without even knowing. What is happening here? We're gonna have funny Elden Beast, apparently. I figured this would probably be really tricky too, just because we can't free aim reliably. Nice. Okay, I'm trying to think of how I would do this. I guess we're gonna have to run. We'll try locking on it and see, and then maybe I'll switch off after the first couple attacks. Reposition the third as the fire starts. Anyone who survives gets a tier 3. Anyone who survives gets a full refund. Which is like an extra scam too, because if you never like sub, then you wouldn't get anything. Let's make it the best April Fools. Top contender for the worst fight in FromSoft. Can't think of anything that's worse. So I'm completely opposite in that. I think it's great, but that's just me though. I don't think there's many people that have agreed with me on that. Ooh. Firecrackers. Worst fight in my opinion? In this? Fraction of health per hit. Like, there is a chance you could just loop it. It'd be very, very hard, but like, I think that even with low damage, you can still do it pretty early. It just depends on what kind of weapon you're actually using. These get both. Ah, he went for the slam too. Should have bailed out of that. Okay, we're getting better. It's fine. Dude, I try to push A and it does both X and A. What a shame, dude. That Mr. Burns is also almost a doppelganger of one of the roster mission. I'm not sure, or he just found it from someone. Kind of reminds me of when I use MIRC to have access to the randomizer thing or the modifier list, and then actually just had to get it commissioned and remade completely because MIRC wasn't really even accessible anymore. Stagger feels so inconsistent. It actually is consistent. I'm trying to figure out better ways to do it too. Want to skip the attack we're dying on in the first phase a bit. So that was a good way of doing that. Just wasn't sure if the timing of the recovery on the weapon art was good enough. So I tried it before and it was kind of weird. It was a good one though. Kind of have to like start it in the frames that are invulnerable for his wake up. Corey, it's going pretty good. How are you? We're at the end, man. I'm gonna do some bonus stuff when we continue this next time, but at the end though. Not the one, not the one. Course. Mighty Elf, by the way. How's it going, man? You still waiting for someone to play this on a set of Donkey Kong plastic bongo controllers? I remember when Bearsley, he scripted the software to be able to even do that. It wasn't even possible to do it originally, and then he made the thing so he could. That was DS1, right? You got a Guinness record for that, actually. He had the most innovative things originally. What are the talismans? We got the Stone Drake, the Axe Talisman, the Jar Shard one, the first one you get, the actual Axe Talisman, and then the Radagon Source Seal. Yeah, it was a little funny. Rebuff. I hate going into Elden Beast one-handed on this. Okay, let's see if we can get the angle right. Okay. I like this. I like this. This is weird, though. The stagger's gonna get ripped off now. Maybe it will. Let's see. Let's see. No, it didn't actually. Ooh, nice. Stupid fucking backstep. That, like, watch that be the thing. Watch that fucking be the thing, dude. Of course. Watch it be the thing. It's the thing. There's too much jankiness, man. Like, I can't actually even feel bad about this fight because I'm doing things in my head that are perfect, so it doesn't even matter. Like, if it could actually translate perfectly, it wouldn't. I know that sounds like an excuse, but literally, though, like, if I could just use both hands, it would have already been done. All the decisions are good. It's just like the actual translation of the decision's bad. Even this, dude. He's dead. Watch this. Watch this. Will Elden Stars catch up? Can it please count? Can it please count? Can it please count, dude? Yes. it always has to resolve in some way that just looks goofy, dude. It can't be the cool fights. Oh my god. We did it. Okay, that was wild. I am going to continue though, so what we're gonna do is save this statue for the credits. But here, I'll show the build that we have right now. What we got to. So here we go. Level 93. Oh, Vigor. Vigor is increased by the Source Seal, but it's not leveled at all. So if I take this off, still 12 Vigor. Those are the base stats. These are the stats with the Source Seal. So we beat the entire any percent of Elden Ring with one hand, no leveling health. Not bad to start. That's a good trade-off considering we had done the SL1 runs before one-handed with some of the other stuff. So this is actually kind of a similarity there. It's not like it's the same thing, but I think that's a very good start. So this is what we used: Radagon Source Seal, Axe Talisman, Warrior Jar Shard, and then I switched this out. Actually, I was using the Flame Drake for Fire Giant. We had the Serpent Hunter plus 10, Finger Seal with Flame Grant Me Strength, Crimson Flask 2, and Cerulean Flask 2. Pretty much it, and then we used the Uchi in the beginning, but hopefully you guys enjoyed that. My hand feels okay, so we survived. And then we're gonna actually do more of this, and we're gonna complete everything, like all the remembrances, including Millennia, Moog, Placidusax, Fortisax, all that stuff, in good time eventually. Just this is like the main completion though. So we did everything you need to beat the game at least. And Homer Simpson can now rest. He can take a break. He's tired. Frenzied Flame ending. I'll do the actual ending once we beat Millennia. We'll save her for last, and then we'll do that. Or I guess whatever we end up on, whatever makes the most sense.